Hey there, Night Wanderer. I am glad I found you. Join me in the journey through the chains, the mountain winds, and the endless torment of the one who dared defy the gods, Prometheus, the firebringer, whose punishment shaped the fate of humanity. You'll hear the full tale in a single immersive flow of calm narration. No noise, no breaks, just pure myth in its raw, unbroken form. If stories like this help you drift into deeper sleep or deeper thought, subscribe to get a new story every day to fall asleep to. Prometheus was the Titan god of forethought, gifted with the ability to plan ahead and to shape events with careful thought. He was given the task of molding mankind out of clay, shaping their forms with his hands, giving structure to their bodies and life to their being. His mind was always set on improving the lives of his fragile creations, thinking of ways to make their existence easier and their survival more secure. Yet these efforts brought him into direct conflict with Zeus, the ruler of the gods. The first act that drew Zeus's anger came when Prometheus devised a trick during the division of a sacrificial feast. He sought to secure the best portion for mankind, arranging the offerings in such a way that the meat, the true nourishment, was hidden away for mortals while the less desirable parts were presented to the gods. Wrapped in the skin of the bull, the good meat was concealed, and on top of it he placed the stomach, an unappealing organ, while the other heap held the bones covered in rich fat to appear more enticing. Zeus, seeing the choice, was deceived, and mankind gained the best share of the feast. Zeus, angered by this deception, withheld the gift of fire from mortals, condemning them to live in cold and darkness, unable to cook their food or craft tools of metal. Prometheus, unwilling to see his creation suffer, climbed to the heights of heaven, where he stole the sacred flame. He hid it inside the hollow stalk of a fennel plant, carrying it down to the earth and delivering it into the hands of mankind. With fire, humans could warm themselves, prepare their food, harden their weapons, and shape their tools, gaining strength and independence. But this act of defiance deepened the wrath of Zeus, for Prometheus had once again sided with mortals against the will of the king of gods. In response, Zeus devised a punishment both cunning and cruel. He ordered the creation of Pandora, the first woman, to serve as a vessel for misfortune. She was crafted with beauty to captivate, but within her was the means to bring hardship to the house of man. Through her, troubles would enter the world, stripping away the constant presence of good spirits that had once dwelled among mortals. While this new creation moved among mankind, Prometheus himself faced the weight of divine retribution. Zeus commanded that Prometheus be seized and taken to the remote and jagged heights of Mount Caucasus. There, upon the lonely slopes, he was bound in unbreakable chains, fastened securely to a stake where the winds howled endlessly. As part of his torment, an eagle, great in size and fierce in hunger, was sent each day to feast upon his liver, an organ that would, by divine will, grow back each night, only to be devoured again the next day. Some say the bird tore at his heart instead, but in either telling, the suffering was endless, a cycle without release. Ages passed in this unending agony, the Titan's body bearing the marks of centuries of pain, yet his spirit unbroken. Then, in the distant future, when stories of heroes filled the lands, Heracles came upon him during his own labors. Seeing the bound figure and understanding the injustice, Heracles struck down the great eagle and shattered the chains, granting the old Titan his long-awaited freedom. Prometheus was sometimes linked in worship and story with other figures, his image merging with the fire god Hephaestus, who also dealt in the gifts of flame and skill, or with the giant Tityos. His origins, too, were told in different ways by poets and storytellers. Most said he was the son of the Titan Iapetos and the Ocean Clymene, making him the brother of Atlas, who held the sky. Menoetius struck down for his pride, and Epimetheus, whose name meant afterthought in contrast to Prometheus's forethought. Others claimed his mother was Themis, goddess of divine law, or even Gaia herself, the earth. There were those who named Uranus and Clymene as his parents, or the Titan, Eurymedon, and the queen of the gods, Hera. His children were also spoken of in many versions. By Pronoia, he fathered Deucalion, the man who would survive a great flood. By Clymene or Pyrrha, he was said to have fathered Helen, the ancestors of the Hellenes, and sometimes Deucalion as well. By Celaeno, some claimed, he had sons named Lycus and Chimaeus, while in the histories of Herodotus, his wife was named Asia. The story of his trick at Mekone, the place later called Sicyon, was remembered as the moment when he challenged Zeus's wisdom. With the division of the bull, he sought to match the cunning of the king of gods and win advantage for mankind. The deception was simple in form, but deep in effect, for it set the pattern of sacrifices between mortals and gods, and sowed the seeds of the long-standing conflict between Zeus and Prometheus. The choice Zeus made that day, whether out of pride or deliberate understanding of the ruse, marked the beginning of a chain of events that would see the Titan bound to the Caucasus, the fire stolen and restored, and the first woman sent among men, changing the fate of the world forever. When Prometheus had made the division of the sacrifice, he invited Zeus to choose between the two portions. But Zeus, seeing through the cunning arrangement and filled with anger, chose the heap that was nothing but bones concealed beneath a rich layer of glistening fat. Though the choice had been made with knowledge of the trick, the king of the gods was not about to let the slight go unpunished. In vengeance, he withheld the gift of fire from mankind, plunging mortals into cold, darkness, and helplessness. Yet Prometheus, unwilling to see the race he had shaped suffer, resolved to defy Zeus again. In secret, he took a hollow stalk of the giant fennel plant, and hiding within it the divine flame, carried fire down from the heavens to the earth. From that moment, mortals could warm themselves, cook their food, craft tools, and build the beginnings of their civilization. Zeus's anger deepened, and he devised a punishment that would strike not only at Prometheus, but also at humankind. He ordered Hephaestus, master of the forge, to shape from the earth the form of a maiden. This creation, Pandora, was given every charm and grace that could delight the eyes and ensnare the hearts of men. Athena clothed her and adorned her with the gifts of beauty and skill, while other gods gave her qualities meant to captivate. Prometheus, however, was not deceived by appearances, and he warned his brother Epimetheus never to accept any gifts sent by Zeus. But Epimetheus, forgetting the caution, welcomed Pandora when Hermes, the messenger of the gods, brought her to him. Within Pandora's keeping was a vessel in which Prometheus had hidden all the miseries that could plague the lives of mortals, diseases, hardships, sorrows, and every form of suffering. One day, driven by curiosity, she lifted the lid. In an instant, all the concealed evils burst forth into the world, spreading far and wide so that no place on earth remained untouched. Yet one thing did not escape, the deceitful spirit of hope which lingered inside the vessel, staying with mankind to soften the weight of their endless troubles. While Pandora brought misfortune among men, Prometheus himself suffered his own fate. By Zeus's order, he was seized, bound in unbreakable chains, and fastened to a pillar in a lonely place. There, each day, a great eagle sent by Zeus came to tear at his liver, devouring it completely, while each night the organ grew back to be consumed again when the next dawn came. This torment was unending, and the Titan endured it through countless days and nights. At last, the hero Heracles came to that place during his own labors, with the consent of Zeus, who allowed this act to bring glory to his son. Heracles slew the eagle and broke the bonds, setting Prometheus free after ages of suffering. This tale, told in the works of Hesiod, formed the heart of the legend, but in the plays of Aeschylus, the figure of Prometheus took on even greater depth. There, he was shown not merely as a cunning Titan, but as an immortal god, steadfast friend to humankind, giver of fire, and bringer of all the useful arts. He was depicted as a seer who knew all that would come to pass, a heroic sufferer whose unyielding will could not be bent by Zeus's power. Though born among the Titans, he had fought at Zeus's side against them, aiding in the victory that secured Zeus's throne. It was also told that Prometheus had a role in the birth of Athena. For when Zeus bore the goddess within his head, it was Prometheus who struck the blow to open it, allowing her to spring forth in full armor. Later, when Zeus conceived the idea of destroying the human race entirely, replacing them with a new and different kind of beings, Prometheus acted to thwart the plan. He protected humanity from this annihilation and, to shield them from the pain of knowing their fated end, took away their knowledge of the future and gave them hope instead, allowing them to endure. To the gifts of fire and hope, he added countless others. He taught mortals how to build their homes, how to measure the passing of seasons by the stars, and how to chart the movement of the heavens. He showed them the principles of mathematics and the craft of writing, so that knowledge could be remembered and shared. He instructed them in the care and use of domestic animals and the means of traveling over the seas. He revealed the healing properties of plants and the practice of medicine, as well as the ways of interpreting signs and omens, granting them the art of prophecy. He taught them how to work metals, forging weapons and tools, and passed on every other skill that could make their lives richer and more secure. But in doing all these things, Prometheus had acted directly against the will of Zeus, who wished men to remain dependent and powerless. For this defiance, Zeus commanded Hephaestus to bind him to a rock in the wild lands of Scythia, far from any dwelling, where the winds cut like knives and no relief could come, in the presence of Kratos, the embodiment of strength, and Bia, the personification of force. Hephaestus reluctantly obeyed, fastening the chains that would hold Prometheus through uncounted ages, until the time came when fate itself allowed his release. In the desolate reaches of Scythia, Prometheus remained bound in his chains, and there he was visited by the Oceanides, daughters of the great river that encircles the earth, who came to witness his suffering and hear his words. Among those who approached him was Io, wandering in her own misery, and to her Prometheus spoke of the trials yet to come in her long journey, telling her of the hardship she would endure and of the final relief that awaited her far in the future. In time, Hermes also came to him, sent by Zeus with a command. The messenger god demanded that Prometheus reveal a prophecy of great weight, for Prometheus knew of a decree of fate that concerned Zeus himself. It was foretold that by a certain woman, Zeus would father a son who would one day overthrow him, and Zeus wished to know the full truth of this destined threat. But Prometheus, unyielding, refused to speak, holding the secret firmly, unwilling to give it even under such demands. In his refusal, he defied the will of the king of gods, and in wrath, Zeus struck him with a thunderbolt, sending both the Titan and the rock to which he was bound down into the deep darkness of Tartarus. There, hidden in the depths beneath the earth, he lay for a long span of time, enduring his punishment far from the light of the upper world. Yet fate did not leave him there forever, for after an age had passed, Prometheus was brought back to the realm above to suffer once again in a different form. Now he was chained to the high and remote cliffs of Mount Caucasus, where an eagle came to torment him. Each day, or in some tellings, every third day, the great bird would descend and tear at his liver, consuming it completely. By night, it was restored, only for the cycle to begin again with the next dawn, a torment without rest or mercy. This punishment, the decree declared, would last until another god, willingly and of his own accord, would take his place and descend into the darkness of Tartarus in his stead. The moment came when Chiron, the wise centaur, was struck by an incurable wound from one of Heracles' arrows. In pain that could not be healed, Chiron wished to leave the immortal life he bore, and so he offered to take the place of Prometheus. Zeus consented, allowing the exchange, and by this act, Prometheus was freed from his endless torment. In other accounts, however, the release came in a different way. Some say that Zeus himself set him free, but only after Prometheus at last revealed a prophecy he had so long guarded, that if Zeus were ever to take the sea goddess Thetis as his bride, the son born from their union would be destined to overthrow him and take his place as ruler. There were also stories that told of Prometheus's role in the very creation of mankind. In some traditions, he shaped men from earth and water at the dawn of the human race, while in others, it was after the great flood of Deucalion that his work began. In that telling, Zeus commanded Prometheus and Athena to fashion men out of the mud, and then ordered the winds to breathe life into the forms they had made. To these new beings, Prometheus was said to have given a portion of all the qualities found in the other creatures of the world, shaping them with gifts of skill, spirit, and nature. In later times, people claimed that the very earth from which he had shaped the first men could still be seen near Panopeus in Phocis, a reminder of the moment when life was molded from clay. It was also told that when the great flood approached, it was Prometheus who advised Deucalion to build a ship. At his suggestion, Deucalion gathered provisions and entered the vessel with Pyrrha, so that they might survive the coming disaster. Because of this guidance, they endured the calamity and lived through the waters that drowned the rest of mankind. In the myths, Prometheus often appeared alongside Athena, the goddess of wisdom and skill. In some versions, their bond was one of shared purpose and creation, working together to shape mankind. In others, it was said that Prometheus endured his punishment on Mount Caucasus because of a forbidden love he bore for her. Through all the variations, he remained a figure tied both to the making of humankind and to the defiance of Zeus, carrying the mark of one who suffered greatly for the gifts he gave to mortals. With the help of Athena, Prometheus was said to have ascended into the heavens, moving silently and with purpose until he came near the blazing chariot of Helios. There, in secret, he lit his torch from the eternal flame of the sun and carried it back down to the earth, bringing fire into the hands of humankind. In Athens, his memory was honored with a sanctuary in the academy, and from that place, a torch race was held in his name, a contest that recalled the fire he had bestowed upon mortals and the swiftness with which it had been delivered. In the ancient songs and writings, his family line was told in many ways. In the Theogony of Hesiod, it was said that Iapetos took to wife the beautiful and neat-ankled Clymene, daughter of Oceanus, and lay with her in one bed. She bore him sons of great renown, Atlas, strong and unyielding, Menoichos, fierce of heart, clever and wily Prometheus, master of many schemes, and Epimetheus, whose thoughts came only after the deed. In the tragedy of Aeschylus, Prometheus was called the lofty-minded son of Themis, the goddess who gave wise and straight counsel. In another passage, he himself spoke of his mother, Themis, or Gaia, who, though one in form, bore many names. The mythographer Apollodorus told how the Titans had sons of their own, and among them were Atlas, who held the sky upon his shoulders, Prometheus, Epimetheus, and Menoichos, who in the great battle of the Titans was struck down by the thunderbolt of Zeus and hurled into the depths of Tartarus. In the histories of Diodorus, it was written simply that to Iapetos was born Prometheus. In the account of Hyginus, from Iapetus and Clymene were born Atlas, Epimetheus, and Prometheus. The poet Oppian called him the son of Iapetos, Prometheus of the many devices, a name that spoke of his cunning and inventive nature. The stories also told of his own children. In the fragments of Hesiod's catalogues of women, it was said that Deucalion, known for his survival in the Great Flood, was the son of Prometheus and Pronoia. In the play of Aeschylus, the chorus of the Oceanides sang of the bridal bed and bath of Prometheus, recalling the time when he wooed with gifts and won their sister, the Oceanid Hesione, to be his wife. Herodotus wrote of Asia, saying that she was named for the wife of Prometheus, though others claimed that the name came from the Lydians. Apollodorus gave another telling, saying that Prometheus had a son named Deucalion, and that his wife was Pyrrha, the daughter of Epimetheus and Pandora, the first woman formed by the hands of the gods. When the time came that Zeus decided to wipe away the bronze race of men, Prometheus foresaw the danger and spoke to his son. He told Deucalion to build an ark, to fill it with provisions, and to prepare for the calamity that was coming. Deucalion obeyed, making ready the vessel and embarking with Pyrrha at his side. Then Zeus loosed the storm upon the world, sending down torrents of rain until nearly all the land of Hellas lay under the waters of the flood. The seas rose, the rivers swelled, and the mountains themselves seemed small against the depth of the waters. Yet in the ark, guided by the warning and wisdom of Prometheus, Deucalion and Pyrrha endured, riding the waves until the flood at last began to recede. It was through this act of foresight that mankind continued, and the name of Prometheus was remembered not only as the bringer of fire, but as the one whose counsel saved his own bloodline from the destruction of the gods. The sky destroyed all the people except for a few who took refuge on high mountains nearby. These survivors were the only ones left after the flood, and from them the world would begin again. Among those who remained was Deucalion, the son of Prometheus, who came from a land surrounded by high mountains and full of green pastures, a place called Achaia. It was a rich land known for its flocks and its natural beauty, and it was in this land that Deucalion was born. He was the first man to bring order to humanity, the first to gather people together and build cities where they could live in safety. He also raised temples where the gods could be worshipped and established laws so that mankind could live in peace under his guidance as king. The people in the lands nearby called this place Haemonia, and within it stood the town of Iolcus, where stories of old were still remembered. But even after the waters had gone down and the earth had been reshaped, the memory of that flood remained. It had wiped out nearly all of humankind, and as Deucalion looked upon the empty world, his heart was heavy with sadness. In his grief, he longed for the wisdom and power of his father Prometheus. He wished that he too could mold clay and breathe life into it, as Prometheus once had done. He cried out for the ability to restore what had been lost, to repopulate the world with new people and bring warmth and sound to the silence that now covered the earth. His wife, Pyrrha, daughter of Prometheus, was also filled with sorrow. But Deucalion, strong in spirit, spoke to her with kindness and calmed her fears. His words brought warmth to her heart, and together they looked forward to finding a way to begin again. Though the earth had been cleansed by water, hope had not been drowned. The two of them stood together as the first of a new generation, shaped not by the hands of the gods, but guided by the wisdom of the one who had once defied the King of Heaven for the sake of mortals. It was told in another place that the arrow that brought an end to Prometheus's long suffering was placed in the sky as a constellation called Sagitta. This arrow, one of the weapons of Heracles, had slain the eagle that tormented Prometheus every day by tearing at his liver. And so, this arrow became a star in the heavens, a mark of that moment of deliverance. But the story of Prometheus goes back further still. In the old times, when humans offered sacrifices to the gods, they would burn the whole of the victim in fire, giving everything to the heavens. It was a practice of great expense, and the poor were unable to take part. Seeing this, Prometheus, filled with concern for mankind, used his wisdom to plead with Zeus, asking that humans be allowed to keep a portion of the sacrifice for themselves. He wished that they might burn only a part of the offering and eat the rest, so that all might have enough. Zeus, not acting with suspicion or greed, granted the request with ease, and so a new custom was made. To seal this new practice, Prometheus took 2 bulls and prepared a sacrifice. He placed their inner parts, entrails and organs, on the altar, and from the remaining meat he made 2 heaps. One heap held the flesh and rich portions of the bulls, which he covered with an ox hide. The other pile was made only of bones, but he arranged it carefully and covered it as well. He then presented both piles before Zeus and offered him the choice. Looking upon the 2 heaps, Zeus made his decision. Whether through misjudgment or because fate willed it so, he chose the heap of bones. From that moment on, it became the custom that only a part of the animal would be burned in sacrifice, and the rest would be kept by the people. This act, though it brought comfort and food to mortals, angered Zeus, for he realized he had been tricked. It was not the full bull he had chosen, but only bones, made to look valuable. Prometheus had used his wit to turn the gift of sacrifice into something that could be shared by all. And so the tale of Prometheus, the Titan of foresight, the giver of fire, the creator of mankind, and the friend of mortals, was told again and again. He suffered for what he gave, but his wisdom shaped the world. He brought warmth where there was none, food where there was hunger, and hope where there was despair. Even when chained to the rock, even when his flesh was torn day after day, he did not bend or break. His name lived on among mountains and cities, in stars and in fire, in the clay of mankind and in the customs of sacrifice, forever remembered as the one who stood against the wrath of heaven for the sake of those he had shaped. Sacrifices, when the flesh of victims has been consumed, are not entirely complete until the remaining parts, the bones and other inedible pieces, are placed upon the fire and burned. These are offered to the gods as a mark of respect and devotion. But to return to the tale, when Zeus realized what had been done, that Prometheus had tricked him by giving mankind the better portion of the sacrifice, he was filled with anger. He did not wish it to appear that the favor of Prometheus was greater than the power of the gods, nor did he want men to benefit from the trick by being able to eat meat, that was uncooked and still useful. And so, as punishment and as a means of reminding mortals of the supremacy of the divine, he took fire away from them. Without fire, they were left to sit in the cold and eat raw flesh, unable to cook, unable to forge, unable to warm their homes or light their nights. But Prometheus, who was always known for his cleverness and his bold mind, would not leave his creation to suffer. He began to devise a way to return fire to mankind, using only his own cunning. When the others were not looking, when there was no one nearby to stop him, he approached the sacred fire of Zeus. From it, he stole a small flame, hiding it carefully inside the hollow of a fennel stalk. He knew that in such a narrow space, the air could easily extinguish the spark. So as he moved swiftly through the wind, he tossed the stalk, letting the air and the motion keep the fire alive. The vapors of the fennel plant wrapped around the flame, keeping it safe and hidden. He flew like a messenger, not walking, not running, but seeming to glide with purpose and joy. It was from this moment, the legends say, that those who bring good news are expected to come with speed, and in contests and games, runners shake their torches in the style of Prometheus, honoring the way he ran to bring light back to humankind. In response to this daring act, Zeus chose to return a gift to mortals as well. But this gift was crafted to bring hardship. He asked Hephaestus to shape a woman out of earth, giving her form and beauty. Then the other gods, by Zeus's will, gave her every charm and skill that could please and deceive. They named her Pandora, meaning all gifted, for she carried within her all the gifts of the gods. She was sent to mankind not as a blessing, but as a counterpart to the gift of fire, one that would balance the favor Prometheus had given and turn it to sorrow. But for Prometheus himself, the punishment was far greater. Zeus ordered that he be taken to the distant mountains of Scythia, to a peak known as Caucasus. There he was bound in iron chains, fixed to the rock by divine force, condemned to remain there not for years or centuries, but for 30,000 years, as the tragedian Aeschylus once told. To make his punishment more cruel, an eagle was sent to him. Each day it would descend and feast upon his liver, tearing it from his body. But Prometheus was immortal, and each night his liver would grow back, whole again by morning, ready to be devoured once more. The torment had no end. There were many who spoke of the eagle. Some said it was born from monstrous beings, from Typhon and Echidna, terrible creatures of old. Others believed it was the child of Earth and Tartarus, born of deep places and darkness. But many said it was crafted by Hephaestus himself, shaped from metal and given life by Zeus, made not of flesh, but of divine will, a living punishment forged in fire and bound by command. And yet, the time came when Prometheus would be freed, and the reason lay in a different story. Zeus had turned his attention to a maiden named Thetis. She was beautiful, and he wished to take her as his wife. But though he tried, she would not agree. Still, he continued to plan, not knowing what danger lay in that desire. The Fates, called the Moirai, who see what is to come and speak the order of things, gave their prophecy. They said that Thetis would bear a son, and that this son would be greater than his father. Prometheus, watching all this unfold, not from choice, but because he was always watching, heard what had been said. He took this knowledge and shared it with Zeus. When Zeus heard the prophecy, he remembered what he had done to his own father. He remembered how he had taken the throne from Cronus, how the old ruler had been cast down by his own son. Fear struck him, for he saw the same pattern rising again, this time with himself in the place of the father. And so he stepped away from Thetis, He let go of his desire not from kindness, but from caution. In doing this, he avoided his downfall, and for that he was grateful to Prometheus. As thanks, Zeus chose to release Prometheus from his chains, but there was a promise still in place, a binding oath, and Zeus would not break it. He could not free Prometheus entirely without going against his own word. So instead, he commanded a different act. He told Prometheus to bind his finger with iron and with stone, a small reminder of the great chains he once wore. From that day, it became the custom for men to wear rings made of these materials, not only as ornaments, but as signs of memory, to honor the struggle and the endurance of the one who suffered so much for the sake of man. Fashioned of stone and iron, the ring worn by Prometheus after his release was a symbol of binding, a sign that although the great chains had been struck away, a trace of his punishment remained. It was not simply a reminder of suffering, but something more, a mark of endurance, of memory, and of a silent agreement with the gods. In later times, men began to wear rings too, not only as decoration, but as if in quiet reverence, to appear as if they were continuing to appease the spirit of Prometheus, who had endured so much for their sake. Some said he also wore a wreath upon his head, not as a prisoner, but as a victor, showing that though he had sinned in the eyes of the gods, he had done so without fear and without regret. This image of Prometheus, chained yet crowned, became powerful, and from it came the custom of wearing wreaths during times of joy and triumph. In games, when the swiftest runner crossed the finish line, or in banquets when celebrations filled the air, wreaths were placed on heads, echoing the symbol of Prometheus, who stood against the storm of divine wrath with unwavering mind. But let us return to the beginning, to a moment when the mountain still held its captive and the eagle still circled above. The tale continues with the journey of another figure, sent on a quest to retrieve the golden apples from a distant garden. This hero, in search of a path, wandered far and came to the very place where Prometheus lay bound. The mountain of Caucasus, cold and high, still echoed with the cries of the chained one, and it was there that the traveler stood, uncertain of his direction. Prometheus, though in pain, did not turn away. He offered guidance, pointing out the way the hero should go, and in that moment, even in suffering, he gave help freely. When the hero had completed the task and returned victorious, he did not forget the one who had helped him. With gratitude in his heart, he came again to the mountain, this time not in search of guidance, but to give what honor he could. He raised his weapon and struck down the eagle, that ancient tormentor, that creature which had feasted upon Prometheus day after day. And so the liver, which had been torn and restored countless times, was no longer devoured. The cycle was broken, and the air above the mountain no longer echoed with the wings of pain. From that moment forward, men remembered what had happened. They knew that a liver had once been the price paid for the gift of fire, and in solemn rites, when offerings were made to the gods, they placed livers upon the altars. It was done not out of necessity, but in remembrance, a ritual echo of what had been endured. The flesh offered was not just a portion of the animal. It was a symbol of sacrifice, of pain given meaning, and of justice finally met. The story of Prometheus was not told in a single breath, but in many. One of the most well-known versions appeared in a series of plays written long ago. The first of these, still preserved, was titled Prometheus Bound. It told of the Titan's punishment, his defiance, and his suffering. But the tale did not end there. There were other parts, now lost to time, but once part of a trilogy. These plays were known by titles that meant The Unbound, the firebringer, and the fire kindler. Though their words are gone, fragments and summaries remain. Scholars have argued over their order and meaning. Some believe the firebringer told of how Prometheus first stole the flame and gave it to men. Others think it came later, showing how a festival was begun in his honor, complete with races where torches were passed hand to hand in memory of the fire that once traveled inside a fennel stalk. Still others believe that one of the lost plays showed Prometheus being freed, his chains removed, and his suffering ended. There is even mention of a satyr play, perhaps more light-hearted, that followed the heavy themes of the earlier stories, but whether tragic or celebratory, all these plays shared one figure at their center: Prometheus, the one who dared, the one who gave, and the one who suffered. But his tale stretches back even further, to a time before the fire, before the chain, before the theft, began when the heavens and the earth were divided, and power shifted among the gods. There was a great war when those who were born of the sky and the earth rose up to challenge the new order. Some gods stood with Cronus, hoping to keep the throne in his hands. Others chose Zeus, who sought to bring change and a new reign. Prometheus was there, watching as the heavens raged. Though he was one of the older generation, his heart did not lie with the past. He tried to advise his fellow Titans, offering them wisdom and urging caution. But they refused to listen, proud in their strength. They believed they could win with force alone. His mother, who was called Themis by some and Gaia by others, though both names meant the same great earth, spoke to him of fate. She shared her knowledge of what was to come. But even with this foresight, Prometheus could not change the minds of the Titans. They turned away from counsel and prepared for war. And so Prometheus chose a different path. Though he belonged to the ancient line, he stood with the future. He aided Zeus, helping him to rise and take the throne. But even that alliance, forged in the fires of war, would not protect him from the punishments that came later. Thus, from the moment he chose to stand with the new gods, to the time he defied them by giving fire to man, to the agony upon the mountain, to the chains and the eagle, to the ring of iron and stone, to the firelit races and the feasts of liver, the story of Prometheus has wound its way through myth and memory. And though the voices that once told it have faded into silence, the flame that he carried still burns in every hearth, every torch, and every tale told beneath the stars. Form, she had many names, had foretold to me the way in which the future was fated to come to pass. She made it clear that power would not belong to those who relied on brute strength or violent force, but to those who used guile, intelligence, and planning. It would be through wisdom and cunning that the true victors would emerge. Even with this knowledge, when I tried to explain this to the other Titans, when I reasoned with them and pleaded that they abandon their pride and listen to the path that fate had already shaped, they would not hear me. They trusted in their physical might and in their numbers, and they believed that through open war and force alone, they would overcome the rising power of Zeus. I saw what lay ahead. I saw the fall that was coming. And so, knowing all this, I joined with my mother and chose of my own free will to stand on the side of Zeus. I offered my help, not because I was forced, but as a volunteer, giving counsel that would shape the future of the gods. Because of my advice, it was not the Titans, but Zeus who claimed the rule of the heavens. Because of what I shared, the old gods were cast down and imprisoned. The deep shadows of Tartarus now hold Kronos and those who stood with him, shut away beneath the earth in endless darkness, where their voices no longer echo in the halls of the world. I was there when the choice was made, and I helped the new ruler ascend his throne. I gave my aid when it mattered most, and yet this was the reward I received: the chains, the torment, the eagle, and the silence. Who else but I, Prometheus, was the one to give these new gods their honors? Who else helped to define their places, their power, their privileges? When the war was over and victory was won, it was I who showed them how to rule, how to hold the sky, how to set the boundaries of their domains. They may have risen with strength, but it was my knowledge that gave them shape. I, who had stood with the future, became the one they turned against when I gave fire to mankind. They used the wisdom I offered, but punished me when I gave some portion of that wisdom to the mortals below. There were even stories told that I was the herald among the Titans, called Ithus by some. I spoke for them, carried messages, and stood at the center of the great war of the gods. But when the battle ended, the lines had changed, and I no longer stood with those who had once been my kin. In another time, it was told that I had played a role in a birth unlike any other. When the moment came for a daughter to be born to the king of the gods, no mother stood in labor, no cradle waited. Instead, the birth took place in a strange and mighty way. It was said that I, or perhaps the god of fire, stood beside the river Triton and struck the head of Zeus with an axe. And from the split in his crown, the goddess sprang forth, fully grown and armored, her shield and spear shining with the power of her father. She emerged not as a child, but as a warrior, stepping into the world in glory, a sign that thought and battle would walk side by side among the gods. Later tales spoke of my hand in the shaping of the first men and animals. It was told by poets that I created humans and then stole fire to give them life. Fire, the hidden force, became their tool, their comfort, their light in the darkness. But before that, the world had held only the gods. There were no mortal beings, no animals, no people. Then, when the time came for living creatures to appear, the gods shaped them deep within the earth, forming them from earth and fire and all things that lie hidden beneath the ground. When the creatures were ready to rise into the light of day, a task was given. It was decided that I and my brother would equip each living being with the qualities it needed to survive. He asked to be the one to distribute the gifts, and I agreed to oversee his work when it was done. He began eagerly, giving fur and claws, strength and wings, speed and teeth to all the animals. One by one, he handed out everything he had to offer. But he was not wise, and he did not think ahead. By the time he came to mankind, the final creation, he had nothing left. Man stood bare and helpless, without weapons, without strength, without covering, without tools to fight or flee. My brother, realizing what he had done, was filled with confusion. He did not know what to do, for there were no more gifts left to give. And that was when I came to look over the work. I saw that the animals were well suited to their lives, each one fitted with what it needed. But I also saw that man was left naked, barefoot, unprotected, and vulnerable. There was no time left to ask the gods for more. The sun was already rising, and the creatures were to awaken. So I acted. Seeing that man was alone and without aid, I chose to give him something that would make him different from the rest. I reached again for fire, the flame that had been hidden, the sacred element. I brought it down, hidden in a stalk, and placed it in the hands of mankind. With that fire, man could shape tools, build homes, cook food, and rise above the wild beasts. Fire became his strength, his comfort, and his soul. And for that, I paid the price, bound in chains not of iron alone, but of silence, of isolation, and of endless pain. Yet I would do it again, for the fire once given cannot be taken back. And though my hands were pierced and my body broken, The light I gave still burns, and the breath I shaped still stirs in every heart. And that is the story as it was written. How knowledge, not strength, decided the course of the world, and how fire, once hidden, was brought forth to make man more than clay, neither bed nor arms of defense. The appointed hour was approaching, when man in his turn was to go forth into the light of day, and Prometheus, not knowing how he could devise his salvation, stole the mechanical arts of Hephaestus and Athena, and fire with them. These arts, skills of building, crafting, shaping metal, designing tools, and the knowledge of all handiwork, were not originally meant for mortals. They were the treasured possessions of the gods, and fire, the hidden force that brings warmth, power, and transformation, was guarded closely among the divine. But man, created last and left most defenseless, was meant to enter the world with nothing to shield him. No claws, no fur, no fangs, no natural weapons or shelter. Just skin, breath, and a fragile body made of clay. Prometheus saw this, and he could not turn away. He looked upon man and saw that they were bare and weak, with no protection from the wild cold of the earth, nor any means to guard themselves against the beasts. And so he did not wait for permission. He climbed to the heights of the heavens and stole from the gods the fire that they had hidden, and with it he took the mechanical arts, those divine inventions that allowed the shaping of tools, the working of stone and bronze, and the creation of homes and cities. He gave these gifts to man not with permission, but with defiance, knowing that this act would bring wrath upon him. Elsewhere it was said, in a tale passed down by Aesop, that the clay Prometheus used when shaping man was not moistened with water, but with tears. This detail, though small, held great meaning. It suggested that from the very beginning, sorrow was part of humanity's form. Each figure was sculpted from earth and grief, giving every human soul a natural bond with sadness and reflection. And so when people cry, they return in part to the stuff they were made from, tears being not a weakness, but something essential and ancient. In another fable, also from Aesop, it was told that Prometheus gave humans 2 sacks to carry. One sack was slung behind the back, filled with their own faults. The other sack was tied in front of the chest, and it held the faults of others. This is why, even now, people are blind to their own errors, which remain out of sight, but quick to point to the flaws of others, which are always in view. This was not simply a story about burden, but about awareness, the way people live weighed down by judgment without recognizing the weight of their own mistakes. Another fable tells how Zeus once commanded Prometheus to show mankind 2 paths. One was the way of freedom, and the other the way of slavery. Prometheus crafted both paths with care. The path of freedom began as a rough trail, almost impossible to pass. It was steep and narrow, filled with stones and thorns, without water, harsh and lonely. But if one endured, the path opened into a smooth plain where trees bore fruit and waters flowed, and peace waited in the end. The other path, the way of slavery, was soft and easy at first, wide and smooth, with flowers blooming and comfort on every side. But as the traveler continued, the path grew difficult. In time, it became jagged and steep, walls closing in from all sides, and finally, it ended in a place too hard to cross, where no joy or rest could be found. In this way, the 2 choices were laid before mankind, one hard but leading to peace, the other easy but ending in despair. Another tale, strange and filled with sharp humor, spoke of a day when Prometheus was shaping the private parts of humans. According to this story, told in jest, He had spent all day crafting the unseen members of the body with care. But before finishing his work, he was invited to dine with the god of wine. The drink was sweet, and the hours passed in laughter and haze. When Prometheus returned to his workshop, his hands no longer steady, his thoughts clouded. He mismatched the pieces in his confusion. He placed male parts on female bodies and female parts on males. And from that moment, it was said, strange desires and pleasures entered the world, an explanation in the fable form for why people sometimes turn away from what is considered natural and seek joy in unexpected ways. In yet another brief and fragmented tale, it was hinted that Prometheus, perhaps still dazed from drink or mischief, took the female form and rearranged parts in such a way that the tongue, given a new kind of role, brought forth a practice hidden in shadows. Though the tale was incomplete and perhaps not meant to be told in seriousness, it reflected how even the creator's mistakes became part of the human condition, mixing error, impulse, and the body into a single origin. And so, Prometheus continued to appear in the oldest stories, not just as the bringer of fire, but as the one who gave people their shape, their sorrow, their burdens, their desires, and their paths. He was not merely a giver of light, but a creator of choices, of flaws, and of fate. Whether shaping humans from clay and tears, offering them a steep road to freedom, or giving them eyes that look always outward rather than inward, his hand was in every part of what made mortals who they are. He did not offer perfection. He gave humanity its complexity. He gave tools and toil, pain and perseverance, sorrow and strength. And though he was punished again and again, tied in chains, his liver devoured by an eagle, his name cursed by the gods he once helped, his gifts remained. Fire continued to burn. The road still waited to be walked. The tears still fell. The burdens still hung around neck and back. And mankind, made from earth and something deeper, still walked forward with the weight of what he gave. Following the command of Zeus, Prometheus set about shaping both humans and animals. With careful hands and thoughtful design, he gave form to each creature, crafting the animals to roam the earth in great numbers. But when Zeus looked upon what had been made, he saw that the animals outnumbered the humans by far. This imbalance troubled him. He turned to Prometheus and gave another order. The number of animals must be reduced. The way to do it would be by transforming some of them into people. And so, Prometheus obeyed once more. He took many of the animals and changed their shape, giving them the form of humans. Yet though their bodies had been altered, their souls remained the same. These were the ones who now walked among men with human faces, but with the nature of animals still within. They bore the outward look of humanity, but their thoughts, instincts, and desires still followed the ways of the beasts they once were. In another tale, one animal came forward with complaint. It was the lion, the most powerful of all the beasts. Large and strong, proud and fierce, the lion was handsome in form. Prometheus had given him powerful jaws filled with sharp teeth and claws as weapons on his feet. He had been given a noble shape, admired and feared by all. But the lion found fault with one thing. Though great in every way, he said he lived in fear of the rooster. The cry of that bird, small and weak in comparison, filled him with terror. He asked why he, the mightiest of all animals, had been made so afraid of such a tiny creature. To this, Prometheus answered that he had given the lion every strength he could create. If the lion feared something as small as a rooster, that was simply how it was meant to be. There was no reason to blame the maker when every advantage had already been given. On another day, Prometheus, the potter who shaped the world's beings from clay, decided to make a new figure. This time, he chose to create the form of truth. He worked with great care, using all his skill to sculpt her, for he intended her to guide human behavior and bring clarity and honesty to the world. But while he was still at work, a summons came from Zeus. It was urgent, and Prometheus had to leave his workshop. In his absence, he left one of his apprentices behind, Trickery, whose name was Dolus. Dolus had only recently begun learning the craft, but he was ambitious and clever. Seizing the chance, he decided to try his own hand at creation. Using the same tools and materials, Dolus shaped a figure that looked exactly like Truth. He copied every detail, every line of her face, every curve of her body. The two statues were nearly impossible to tell apart. But just before he could finish, Dolus ran out of clay. He had not made the feat. Hearing Prometheus return, he quickly sat back down, pretending he had done nothing. Prometheus entered, and when he saw the two figures side by side, he was stunned. The resemblance was perfect. Believing that perhaps he had created both while in deep thought, he placed both statues into the kiln to harden them. When they had finished baking, he breathed life into them both. The first statue, Truth, rose and walked forward, steady and graceful, but the second could not move. It had no feet, and so it remained still. That second creation, born of deceit and without the ability to move forward, was known ever after as falsehood. From that day on, it was said that falsehood could begin its journey, even rise in appearance, but would always remain stuck in the end. It might seem successful for a time, but truth, with her steady steps, would always outlast her. The one with feet would always move forward. The one without would always fall behind. Elsewhere, it was told again, in simpler words, that Prometheus made men from water and earth, and after shaping their bodies, he gave them fire, the hidden force that would light their world. This flame would let them cook, build, see in the dark, and warm themselves. It was more than just heat. It was the heart of survival and creation. In a poem once sung, there was even mention of a time when the birds of the air, the fish of the sea, and the beasts of the land all spoke. It was said to be a single year, when all living creatures shared a common tongue. What stories they shared, what words they spoke, what truths they whispered. Those details have faded, but the memory remains, like the echo of a forgotten song. Through each of these stories, the figure of Prometheus appears not only as a creator, but as one who shapes more than just bodies. He shapes lessons, he shapes consequences, he shapes the very balance between what is true and what is false, what is free and what is bound, what is noble and what is wild. His hands formed flesh from earth, but they also carved understanding into myth. Each tale, no matter how small or strange, was a reflection of what it meant to be human, to carry flaws, to face fear, to long for truth, and to sometimes live with the soul of a creature still howling beneath the skin. And so Prometheus, the one who shaped both man and beast, continues to live in story, not just for giving fire, but for making the very nature of those who hold it. As the clay of Prometheus, Zeus the just, dispensing injustice, he robbed four-footed things of speech. Once they say, all living creatures shared the power of voice, but in time, that gift was taken from the beasts of the earth. And so, only mankind, formed by Prometheus, retained the voice that could shape words and meaning. The rest were left in silence, watching and listening, but never speaking again. Yet even in their quiet, the echo of that first shared speech lingers in their eyes and gestures, as if remembering what was once taken away. Callimachus once said, "If Prometheus has molded you, and you are not made of another clay." This thought stayed in the minds of many, the belief that there was something special about the form shaped by his hands. The clay that made humans was not ordinary, not just soil, but something else, something touched by fire, by purpose, by sorrow, and by hope. Those shaped by Prometheus were believed to hold a different spark, a different weight, as though the very dust beneath their skin held meaning beyond its matter. In a quiet place called Panopeus, in the land of Phokis, there was a ravine, and within that ravine lay two great stones. They were large enough to fill a cart each, resting in silence for ages. The people who passed by noticed something strange. The stones did not look like the earth around them. Their color was different, not like the soil used for crops, but more like the dusty banks of a stream, the pale red of clay dried by wind and sun. More curious still, they had a smell, unlike that of stone or soil. They smelled faintly like the skin of a human. Because of this, it was said that these were not mere stones at all, but the remnants of the very clay used by Prometheus when he fashioned the race of man. Time had hardened them, but they held the trace of what they once had been, silent witnesses to the first shaping of humanity. Among the many creatures of the world, the goat was known to be strange in its design. It was said to inhale not only through its nose, but also through its ears, giving it sharper senses than any other beast with cloven hooves. No one could fully explain why it was so. But if, as believed, the goat too was a creation of Prometheus, then perhaps its strange form and unique traits had meaning known only to him. The craftsman who shaped man may have also left quiet secrets in the design of the animals, even if no one else could tell what they were. From Roman stories, it was told that Prometheus, the son of Iapetus, was the first to form men from clay, but later another form was made. At the command of Zeus, the god of fire and forge was instructed to create a woman's shape, also from clay. The form was completed with care, and then the goddess of wisdom breathed life into it. One by one, the other gods gave this new being gifts: beauty, charm, speech, curiosity, grace. For this reason, she was called Pandora, the one who bears all gifts. She was given to the brother of Prometheus, and from this union came Pyrrha, who was said to be the first woman born of mortal blood. Thus, from the work of Prometheus and from this clay-born woman, the race of mortals continued. Among the stars above, one moved with a glow distinct from the rest. It was said to be Phaenon, the Shining One, whose beauty surpassed that of all others. He too had been shaped by Prometheus when man was first being formed. But Prometheus, proud of his work, wanted to keep this one for himself. He did not send him to Zeus with the others, but the god of love, always watching, saw this and carried word to the heavens. Then the messenger god was sent down, and with words as swift as wind, he convinced Phaenon to come to Zeus. Because of this, Phaenon was granted immortality and placed among the stars. His light still shines in the night, a reminder of the beauty shaped in secret and the maker who could not hide what he had made. The Roman poet told again of the beginning, when the world was new and places were still being filled. The sea was given fish, swift and glinting. The land was filled with beasts, strong and varied. The air, restless and moving, was given birds to glide and soar. But among all these, there was no one to rule, no being of higher mind. And so man was made. Perhaps, said the poet, he was born from divine seed, crafted to bring a better order to the world. Or perhaps it was the earth itself, freshly shaped and still glowing from its touch with the sky, that gave rise to him. The earth held within it something of the heavens, perhaps stardust, perhaps fire, and Prometheus, the son of Iapetus, mixed that sacred clay and gave it form. And in that form, there was more than shape. There was thought, there was breath, there was fire. From sea to land to sky, all had been filled. But it was man who looked back at it all with wonder. Man who named, who built, who sang, who wept. And it was Prometheus who had made it possible, not through strength, but through shaping clay, and bringing flame and stealing what was forbidden, to give to those who had nothing. Thus, the stories passed on, not only of the fire, not only of the chain, but of the hands that molded the earth into something that remembered, something that questioned, something that burned from within. And even now, those who remember say, if Prometheus has molded you, you are not made of another clay. You are made of tears and breath, dust and spark. You are shaped from the soil that once touched the stars. And that is why, no matter how heavy the sky becomes, the fire within does not go out. It was shaped to burn, just like the clay of Prometheus. Water was gathered, and earth was shaped into the likeness of the gods who govern the world. And while every other creature moved on all fours, keeping its gaze fixed downward to the dust and soil, man was made differently. He alone was formed to stand upright, to hold his head high, to look not at the ground, but toward the stars, lifting his eyes to the sky and the brightness above. In that moment, the earth, which had once been rough and without shape, now took on a new form, one that had never been seen before. The shape of humankind emerged upright and thoughtful, a figure meant to observe the heavens and reach toward understanding. That was the first age, the time known as the Golden Age, when no laws were needed, when no force compelled right from wrong, for all lived in quiet harmony. It was the first time of peace, unconstrained by rule or punishment. Later, when the world had been washed clean by flood and ruin, and all of mankind had been swept away, one voice rose alone on the empty earth. It was Deucalion, the son of Prometheus, who stood upon the silent ground and cried out for his father's power. He longed for the magic that once shaped the first humans, for the hands that had molded clay into life. With sorrow in his heart, he called upon the gift of breath, asking that once more life be poured into earth, so the world might be filled again, and people might walk across the land in place of silence. But not all spoke in praise of what had been shaped. One poet looked at the form of man and mourned what he saw. He spoke of the primal clay and called it ill-starred, blaming the hand of Prometheus for crafting it in a haste. He said the work was done too quickly, that the body was built first, with too little care for the mind. The limbs were shaped, the chest formed, and the head raised, but the inner path, the straight and steady way for thought, was not made wide enough. In such small space, he said, there was not enough room for wisdom. The mind was left confused, turned back upon itself, and because of this, reason often wandered in circles. Another voice remembered the handiwork of Prometheus and spoke of the stones of Pyrrha. Together, they were seen as the origin of mankind, one from shaped clay, the other from cast stones. The old world had ended, but from those elements, humankind had begun again. Out of earth and water, out of stone and breath, people walked once more upon the land, carrying within them the marks of what they had come from. Others still looked upon mankind and saw a reflection of something divine. They said that whoever created man, whether it was truly the son of Iapetus, full of clever devices, or some other hand, had made them in the likeness of the gods. Their strength might be less, their power smaller, but within their hearts was a spark unlike any other. The form was crafted from earth and water, but the heart was anointed with the touch of something greater, something that echoed the heavens. Some even believed that mankind came from the blood of the old ones, the Titans, and because of that, nothing was more excellent than man. Nothing, that is, except the gods themselves. In the deep records of words, there were those who tried to explain the story differently. A lexicon from the later age spoke of Prometheus not just as a shaper of clay, but as one who brought understanding. They said he was the one who first discovered philosophy, who made those without thought begin to grasp wisdom. In that telling, to say he shaped man was to say he changed the way they thought, leading them from ignorance into the beginnings of knowledge. And another, called Prometheus, was said to have discovered music, bringing sound and rhythm to life, adding beauty to the breath that Prometheus had given. There was also a moment when a question was asked of Prometheus, a question from those who watched his suffering. Had he done more than just the theft of fire? Had his gifts gone even further? And he answered yes. He had not only given them fire, but had removed from their minds the burden of knowing their end. Mortals once foresaw their own doom. They knew how and when death would come, and that knowledge brought terror and despair. Prometheus took that away. He caused blind hopes to dwell within their chests. He gave them dreams of tomorrow, even when tomorrow was uncertain. He gave them the ability to hope without knowing, to live without being crushed by the weight of fate. When he placed fire in their hands, he gave them light. But when he placed hope in their hearts, he gave them time. The time to learn, to change, to try. The chorus called it a great gift, and Prometheus said he gave both, the flame that warms and the hope that blinds. Elsewhere, it was told that in the days of the old king, when Kronos ruled, things were not as they are now. It was said that in that time, everything was done in a different way, and even the gifts given to men were different. But those memories, like much else, faded as the world turned. What remained was the form of man, upright and searching, shaped from earth but filled with longing. And so the image endured of the first one, rising from mud and water, shaped by hands that burned with knowledge, made not to crawl but to stand, made not to stare downward but to lift his face to the stars, not given wings to fly nor claws to tear, but something else entirely, the ability to wonder, to fear, to hope. He could fall, but he could also rise. He could break, but he could build again. All of this began with the clay that had no shape until it was given one by the firebringer. From dust to figure, from figure to breath, from breath to voice, from voice to dream. This was the path. And still it continues, in the shape left behind by the one who first raised his hand and pressed it into the earth. There was a law concerning mankind, and this law held firm even among the gods. It was known from the beginning, and continues still, that every man who has lived a just and holy life upon his death departs to the isles of the blessed. There, apart from sorrow and suffering, he lives in peace and joy forever. But for those who have lived unjustly and without reverence, there is a different end. They are sent to the deep and dreadful place called Tartarus, the dungeon of penance and punishment, a place hidden far below, where the soul finds no rest and must endure the cost of its misdeeds. In the earliest times, during the rule of the old god, and still later under the reign of the one who followed, judges were chosen to decide the fate of each soul. But these judges were men judging other men, living beings passing judgment upon those still alive. They stood at the edge of death and made their rulings while the heart still beat in the chest of the one standing before them. And because of this, the decisions were flawed, for no one can see the end while still walking the path. Many were sent to the blessed isles who did not deserve joy, and many were cast down into Tartarus whose hearts were not yet finished. The balance had tilted, the judgment had failed, and so it was that the Lord of the underworld and those who watched over the blessed dead came before the ruler of the sky. They reported the error, the flaw in the process. Souls were going where they did not belong. The ruler of the gods listened. Then he spoke. He said the problem lay in foreknowledge. Mortals knew the hour of their own death. This knowledge twisted their choices. It shaped their actions not from truth, but from fear or deceit. And so he gave an order. They must no longer know when the end would come. And for this task, he had already sent the command to Prometheus to remove that knowledge from the minds of men. The gift of foresight would be taken, and in its place would live something else, blind hope. Still, there was more. When Prometheus first stole fire from heaven, he did it to help the helpless race of men. He saw their suffering, their cold nights, their weak limbs, and their empty hands. Fire was the hidden strength of the gods, the secret power of creation and transformation, and it had been kept from mortals. But Prometheus, moved by pity and purpose, took it. He reached into the fire of the heavens and hid it inside the hollow stalk of a fennel plant. It glowed within the green shaft, invisible to those who watched. And in this way, fire came down to earth, given to those who had none. With fire in their hands, men were no longer helpless. Prometheus then went further. He taught them the arts, the crafts of the forge and of the mind, the skills of shaping metal and working stone, the making of tools, the building of homes, and the weaving of thought into structure. These were the gifts of Hephaestus and Athena, which Prometheus passed on. Mankind began to change. They no longer wandered without purpose. They learned to build, to create, to harness the flame. But the theft had not gone unnoticed. Zeus, the ruler of the gods, was filled with fury. His anger was not only at the loss of the fire, but at the trick that had come before it. In a time of sacrifice, when the gods and men had yet to settle their ways, Prometheus had once deceived the king of the sky. He had offered 2 portions, one of bones hidden beneath rich fat, and the other of good meat covered in a plain skin. Zeus had chosen the bones, and ever since the gods received the smoke and the fat from sacrifice, while men kept the meat. This too had angered the god. In rage, Zeus hid the fire from men, and then, after it had been stolen once again, he decided that mankind must pay. He would not take fire back, but he would give them something in return. He would give them a gift, a beautiful evil, something they would welcome, something they would embrace. He called for the smith of the gods and told him to mix earth with water and to shape from it the figure of a maiden. She would have the face of a goddess, the voice and strength of humankind, and beauty that no man could resist. When the form was ready, each of the gods gave her a gift: grace, charm, song, curiosity, cleverness, deceit. She was named Pandora, meaning all gifted, for she carried the traits of many. She was finished at last, not as a blessing, but as a snare. The father of gods and men smiled, his anger disguised by laughter. And then he ordered Hermes, the swift messenger, to deliver this gift to the brother of Prometheus. Prometheus had warned his brother once before, never to accept anything that came from the hand of Zeus. But the brother, unaware or forgetful, accepted the gift. He took her into his home, and so the price of fire was paid not in coin, not in stone, but in the shape of a woman who brought sorrow wrapped in sweetness. What followed her arrival was not peace. From her came the opening of the jar, and with it the release of every misery that would trouble mankind from that day forward. Only one thing remained inside the jar after all else had flown away: hope. It lingered at the bottom, blind and quiet, the last of all gifts. And some said it was Prometheus who caused it to remain, closing the jar before it could escape. In doing so, he left mankind with something to carry through their pain. Not knowledge, not power, not foresight, but the silent fire that burns in the chest even when all else is lost. Hope, the final and most necessary flame. And in that, as in the theft of fire, he gave mankind something the gods had not planned. And for that, the punishment began. But the fire remained, and the hope remained. And even in punishment, he had won. He began to think on what Prometheus had once told him long ago, how he had been warned never to take a gift from the High King of the gods, for though it might appear sweet and beautiful on the outside, it could carry with it hidden ruin. Prometheus had said it clearly: send the gift back, let it return untouched, for it might bring great harm to men. But the warning had been forgotten or ignored, and the gift had been taken. Only after the evil had already entered the world, only when it was already his, and could no longer be returned, did he understand the truth of the words he had once heard. And so, too late, he recognized the shadow that had been hiding within the beauty. After shaping men with his own hands, Prometheus had stolen fire from the heavens and revealed it to the mortal world. This act, meant to lift mankind from helplessness, stirred anger among the gods. They were not pleased that something sacred and reserved had been handed to creatures of the earth. In their anger, they responded. According to the words of the old poets, they sent two evils to the world: woman and disease. These were their answer to fire. Sappho said this plainly, and Hesiod did too, for they both saw the same tale play out: a light given, followed by shadows sent in return. There were others who spoke of the tale as well. One said that after the fire had been stolen, the gods, in their wrath, rewarded those who had reported the theft. Their reward was not wealth or glory, but a drug, a secret that would keep old age at bay. But this favor was not given to all, only to those who had betrayed the act of kindness that brought fire to man. So even as the gods struck against the Titan who helped mortals, they gave small gifts to those who pleased them. In the theater of the ancients, the tale was told again and again. There was a lost play once called Prometheus the Firebearer. It came before the tale of his punishment, and it showed how he took the fire, how he brought it down from the heavens. Another play, The Fire Kindler, was written as a satyr play, light and wild in spirit, and it likely told how the torch race came to be, a festival born from the Titan's boldness. In fragments of these lost tales, some words still remain. In one such fragment, Prometheus warns the curious ones to stay back from the flame. He tells them to guard themselves, for fire is not tame, it strikes, it burns, its breath is sharp and deadly. And in another, he speaks to a satyr who, seeing fire for the first time, wishes to kiss it, to embrace its beauty. But Prometheus, knowing what the flame can do, says sharply, like the goat, "You'll mourn for your beard, you will." For fire, though it gives warmth and life, also destroys. And then in the tale of Prometheus Bound, the Titan himself tells his story, how it was because he gave good things to mankind that he now wore the iron chains. He says he found fire, he hid it in a fennel stalk, and he brought it down for mortals to use. That fire became a teacher to humans, It taught them every craft, every art. With it they made tools, built homes, forged metal, and tamed beasts. Fire became the root of all skills, and for this Prometheus was punished. The gods declared that this theft was no small crime. They saw it as a grave insult, a challenge to their will. Fire, flashing and sacred, had been stolen and handed to creatures of dust, and because of this, Prometheus was made to suffer. He was chained to a rock, and his torment was endless. Still, he held no regret for helping mankind. He explained further, saying that after the new ruler of the heavens had taken his father's throne, he began to divide the world among the gods. He gave them each their power, their place, their honors. But when it came to mortals, he showed no care. He wanted to erase them all, to sweep them away like dust and build a new race in their place. No other god dared to speak against this plan. No one except Prometheus. Only he had the courage to stand in the way. He did not let the race of man be destroyed. He stood between the wrath of the god and the fragile lives of mortals. He gave them gifts, not only fire but also knowledge. He taught them how to survive, how to see, how to grow. But his greatest gift was the one that lived inside the heart. He gave them blind hope. Before this, mortals knew the hour of their death. They saw it clearly, and the knowledge left them in despair. But Prometheus took that vision from them and placed in its place a soft veil, a hope that looked forward, not knowing the end. This was the light in their chest that burned quietly, even in the darkest hours. And so, through all his suffering, he remembered that he had given something more powerful than any chain could break. Fire in the hand, hope in the heart. These were the gifts he gave. The gods punished him, but the world changed. And even as he remained bound, the light he had brought still flickered in the hearts and the souls of mankind. The gods had sent their wrath, had created woman, had released disease, had placed sorrow in the shape of beauty. But the gifts of Prometheus remained, glowing in the night. Courage. I saved mortals so that they did not descend, blasted utterly to the house of Hades. It was by my own will, not commanded, that I stood between destruction and mankind, and this choice became the cause of my torment. Because I lifted mortals from their doom and refused to let them vanish without a trace into the shadowy depths, I am now bent beneath the weight of unending punishment. The chains are tight and cold, the rock is unyielding, and the sky above gives no relief. Pain lives with me, and the sight of my suffering stirs pity in those who pass. Though none can change what has been set by the ruler of the heavens, I, who gave mortals the first place in my heart, who pitied them when no other would, am denied that same pity in return. And in this cruel irony, I am struck again, not by lightning or spear, but by the absence of compassion in a world I once saved. I am made into a spectacle, a warning, a tale of woe that brings shame to the glory of the throne above. Then came the question, whether I had done more than just this, whether I had crossed some other unseen line. And I answered that I had. Beyond saving mortals from death, I also took from them the burden of knowing when their end would come. I caused mortals to cease foreseeing their doom. This too was a gift, though not of the body, but of the spirit. Before, they knew the moment of death and trembled before it, but I took that power of foresight from them. They no longer saw the hour of their fall. Instead, I placed within their hearts a new force, quiet and invisible, but strong. I caused blind hopes to dwell within their breasts. These hopes did not come with guarantees or promises, but they gave mortals the courage to rise, to act, to build, even though they were still creatures of a day. It was a great benefit, a true treasure, for with hope came effort, and with effort came change. and I gave them fire. This was the final gift, bold and dangerous. I reached into the heavens and stole it, hiding it inside a slender stalk of fennel, glowing within like a living star. With this fire, they would no longer fear the dark. They could cook, warm themselves, protect what they built, and shape the world around them. Fire was no simple light. It was the seed of every art. From it they learned to craft, to forge, to build, to create tools and cities. And because of these gifts, hope in their hearts, fire in their hands, I now suffer without end. The chorus, stunned, questioned how fire could belong to such short-lived beings. What right had creatures of a day to wield flame-eyed fire? And I answered plainly that they do possess it, and through it they will come to know many arts. From this single spark, 1,000 skills would grow. But it was for this very thing, for this flame and all it stood for, that I was now tormented. It was this charge that made Zeus bind me to the rock and refuse me even a moment's rest. I am Prometheus, the one who gave fire to mankind, and now I stand in agony. I once lit the path for mortals, but now I suffer alone. Another, once passing by, cried out to me, calling me a benefactor to all mankind, and yet asking why I suffered such torment. The answer was never hidden. It lay in the gifts I gave. And then came the voice of a messenger, rebuking me. He called me bitter, too clever for my own good, accusing me of breaking the laws of the gods by lifting mortals too high. To him, I was a thief of fire, one who betrayed the divine order. I was condemned not because I hated the gods, but because I loved mortals. My crime was compassion, and my punishment was eternal. But let me tell the full weight of what I gave. Before my help, mortals were witless. They had eyes but saw nothing, ears but heard without understanding. They moved through life like shadows in dreams, confused and blind. They had no knowledge of how to build homes, no concept of turning walls to face the sun. They did not work with wood or brick. They lived in the dark places of the world, deep under the ground, packed together like ants in caverns, cold and blind to the world above. They could not name the seasons. They did not know winter or spring or summer with its bounty. They planted nothing with certainty, reaped nothing with plan. They wandered without guidance until I taught them to see the stars, to watch the rise and fall of constellations, to mark time by the movement of the heavens. This was not a small gift. To know the stars was to know the rhythm of the earth itself. And I taught them to count, to know the power of numbers, the greatest of all human sciences. I showed them how to make marks, how to form letters, how to store memory with written signs. These became the foundation of music, poetry, history, and all the arts that follow the muses. Through me, mortals found a way to remember and to dream. I also gave them power over beasts. Before me, they labored alone, but I taught them to tame animals, to place yokes on their necks, saddles on their backs. The ox began to pull the plough. The donkey carried burdens. With chariots, they moved faster than before, and the world became smaller. And so, all that they now know, they owe to what I gave them. I did not act for glory, nor for revenge, nor even for thanks. I gave because I could not bear to see them lost, suffering in ignorance, with nothing to guide them. Now I am chained, and the sky does not answer. But even here, in silence, I know I gave them what the gods would not. And though they are creatures of a day, within them now burns a fire that reaches far beyond the span of their lives. Horses, once wild and uncontrollable, were brought under the hand of man and made obedient to the rein. Their movements trained and guided so they could become symbols of status, wealth, and luxury. This gift was not born of chance, but was the work of Prometheus, who taught mortals how to tame such creatures, shaping their strength into service. It was not only the horse, but also the power of the sea that Prometheus gave to mankind. The mariner's chariot, with sails like wings of flax, was his invention too, an elegant and daring means for humans to glide across the open water, mastering wind and wave where once only fear had ruled. And yet, despite all these great contributions, despite inventing so many arts to raise mankind out of ignorance and helplessness, Prometheus himself stood in suffering, bound and without relief, unable to use his own cleverness to free himself from the pain that gripped him. Still, he continued to speak, revealing more of the wonders he had given. There was a time when sickness held absolute power over mortals. If they fell ill, they had no remedy. There was no healing food to ease the pain, no ointment to calm the burning skin, no drink to restore strength. Disease ran its course unopposed, and many wasted away, helpless and without hope. But Prometheus, seeing their suffering, taught them how to combine roots and herbs, how to grind powders and mix liquids, and how to turn the gifts of nature into medicine. These soothing remedies became their shield against the invisible enemies that attacked the body. And from that moment on, mortals began to learn how to survive what once would have surely ended their days. But Prometheus did not stop there. He looked to the future and to the fear that plagued mankind about what was yet to come. He showed them how to look at their dreams and distinguish between those that meant nothing and those that whispered of fate. He taught them how to listen for messages in voices that once seemed meaningless. Chance words, odd sounds, strange meetings, all became signs they could read. The flight of birds, so often overlooked, was open to their understanding. He explained which birds brought good fortune and which brought warnings, how their habits revealed their messages, how their relationships told stories of favor or danger, and how their inner parts, when offered in sacred rites, could be read to learn the will of the gods. It was Prometheus who showed how to study the smoothness of entrails, the clear or clouded gall, and the spotted patterns of the liver, sacred mysteries hidden in the flesh, the bones wrapped in fat, the long backbone burned in ritual. He made these known as part of a deep and hidden art. From fire and smoke, he taught mortals to read signs that had once been hidden in the dark. Flames spoke in tongues that only the wise could interpret, and through his teachings, those tongues were no longer silent. And beneath the surface of the earth, where the riches of the world lay hidden in darkness, Prometheus led mankind's eyes. Bronze, strong and useful, he showed how to melt and shape. Iron, harder still, he revealed as a tool for both building and battle. Silver and gold, bright and rare, became symbols of beauty and trade. No one before him had found these secrets, or if they had stumbled upon them, they did not understand their value. Only he had the knowledge to unlock their full use and meaning. No one could claim to have discovered these things first, unless they spoke foolishly or lied without shame. Every art, every tool, every advancement that mankind held, all came from the hands and mind of Prometheus. He once summed it all up in a single thought, saying that every art possessed by man was born through him. It was he who gave them the stallion to carry them across plains, the ass to bear heavy loads, the bull to plow fields and free them from the burden of hard labor. These animals became silent helpers, devoted to service because of his guidance. Even in later times, thinkers and teachers echoed this truth. The art of invention itself, the power to create something new, was seen as a divine gift that had fallen to earth through Prometheus. Fire, blazing and bright, carried with it the spark of thought, of ingenuity, and of endless creation. In one tale, it was said that Prometheus arrived late when the gods had already distributed gifts to the animals. He saw that every creature had been well prepared: claws, fur, speed, armor, flight. But man was bare, without claw or fur, without strength or shelter. The time had come for man to rise into the world, but he had nothing to protect him. And Prometheus, seeing this and feeling pity, acted. He did not ask or wait. He went to the halls of the gods, to the sacred places of fire and wisdom, and from Hephaestus and Athena, he took the secret knowledge of the crafts and the gift of fire. For without fire the knowledge could not be used or made real. He gave them both to man. Through fire, man gained warmth, light, and the power to forge. Through the arts, man learned to shape tools, build homes, and defend himself. Though man remained mortal, his hands could now reach further, his mind could now see deeper. And though Prometheus knew the risk, he gave these gifts freely, because he believed that mankind deserved a chance. He believed they should not be abandoned in weakness while others thrived. These were not small gifts. They were the foundation of everything humans would ever become. But for these acts, Prometheus was punished, not thanked. Chained and suffering, he bore the cost of compassion. Yet even in his torment, the world above changed. Fire danced on hearths, tools rang on anvils, fields bloomed with crops, medicine calmed the fever, ships moved across oceans, and the stars no longer held only mystery. They held meaning. Every spark, every tool, every symbol of progress carried within it the trace of the one who had first taught mortals to lift their heads and look beyond the darkness. That one was Prometheus, whose pain made light possible. In this way, the knowledge useful for daily life was given, but the deeper wisdom, the wisdom of governing cities and guiding people through justice and law, remained beyond reach. That kind of wisdom belonged not to any craftsman or clever thief, but to the one who ruled high above, in the great citadel of power. Prometheus did not possess this civic wisdom, for it was guarded by Zeus himself, who watched over it with eyes that missed nothing and set terrifying guards around its dwelling place. That wisdom, the art of ruling fairly and living together in peace, stayed beyond his reach. But though he could not enter the house of Zeus, there was another place where knowledge lay, another home shared by those who crafted and shaped. And so Prometheus, moving quietly, slipped unnoticed into the place where Athena and Hephaestus worked side by side. There, the arts of mind and hand came together: cleverness, invention, and the mastery of fire and forge. It was from that place, from that divine workshop, that Prometheus stole. He took the fire that blazed in the forge and the cunning skill that shaped tools and brought ideas to life. With both in his hands, he gave them as a gift to man. And from that gift came everything that helped mortals live. Fire gave warmth, light, and the spark of invention. The arts of Athena gave knowledge and skill, so man could rise from helplessness. Because of this, man gained the ability to make his own living, to create, to build, to understand. But Prometheus, for this act, was later judged, for the theft had not been his to make. It was said that because of Epimetheus's mistake, the brother who failed to foresee the trap, Prometheus was the one who had to stand trial for the crime, though he had only tried to help. Now that mortals had received something divine, their nature began to change. No longer did they wander blindly or crouch in fear of the unknown. Now, because of the gifts they had received, they became the only beings on earth who looked upward, recognizing the gods and seeking to honor them. In their hands, fire became more than survival. It became worship. They were the first to raise altars, to form statues, to make sacred places for the divine. Where once there had been only instinct and need, now there was reverence. Man reached beyond the present moment, building temples, lighting sacred flames, and setting images to hold the presence of the unseen. Alongside worship came speech. With the fire in their hearts and the skill in their hands, they learned to shape sounds into words and words into meaning. They named the world around them and shared thoughts that no other creature could. Then came the first shelters, shaped by hand and mind, dwellings to hold them safely, clothes to protect their bodies, sandals to guard their feet, and soft beds to ease their rest. And with all this came food, no longer wild or random, but taken from the earth, grown with care, harvested with tools, and shared among people who now lived in communities. All these things flowed from the gifts first taken from the gods and given in secret to mankind. This tale was not only told in one place. It appeared again in the stories shared in quiet gatherings, where philosophers spoke of the past. They remembered the time before rule and hardship, when the world had once been under the care of a different power. Back in the reign of Kronos, they said, things had been different. The earth had been generous, offering fruits and grains without toil. The ground gave without planting, the trees without pruning. In that age, it was said, man did not even come from man. Instead, people were born directly from the earth, rising from the soil like plants, children of the ground itself. In that time, God had watched over mankind. He cared for them like a shepherd watches his flock. And man, who was different from all other animals, was treated with a kind of gentle care. He needed nothing, feared nothing, for the divine hand was always there. But that time passed, and the age of Kronos came to an end. When Zeus took the throne, everything changed. With Zeus came a new order, and the close guardianship of gods over mortals ended. No longer were people guided directly. Now they had to guide themselves. Without that protection, the world grew harsh. The animals became fierce, no longer friendly. They turned on man, who was now weak and without defense. The easy food of the old days disappeared. Where once it came freely, it now had to be found or grown, and mortals, having never needed to learn, did not know how. They had no tools, no knowledge, and hunger spread. The world, once so generous, became a place of danger and want. Faced with these new hardships, the divine ones remembered the helplessness of mankind. And so, gifts were sent down, not as a sign of favor, but out of necessity. Fire came first, brought by Prometheus, though not openly. He took it from where it blazed in secret and gave it into human hands. Then came the arts of the forge, the hammer and anvil of Hephaestus. With them, people could shape the world around them. Athena's wisdom followed, guiding the mind to craft and measure, to build and plan. From other gods came seeds to plant and vines to grow, the roots of farming and wine. With these gifts, mankind began to change once more. No longer did they live in fear, driven by hunger and hunted by beasts. Now they could till the soil, build walls, shape metal, and speak with clarity. They formed cities, wrote laws, and raised their eyes to the heavens. Again, not in terror, but in thought. They became something new, creatures shaped by struggle, but raised by fire and art, by theft and wisdom. And so the story went, passing from tongue to tongue, that from divine need and mortal suffering, the full shape of human life had begun. Prometheus, having shaped man from a mixture of water and earth, formed the fragile race of mortals with careful hands and quiet intention. Their bodies were soft and vulnerable, but within them he placed the potential for growth and understanding. Yet in their first days, these beings were weak and ignorant. They wandered the world unaware of its rules, unable to tame the elements or survive without aid. Prometheus, seeing their helpless state, took pity on them. And so, from among the secrets of the gods, he brought down one that would forever change their fate: fire. He concealed this divine flame in the hollow stalk of a giant fennel, hiding it carefully so the flames would remain unseen by the watchful gaze of Zeus. When Zeus eventually discovered the theft, his anger was immediate and deep. The act had not only defied his will, but had also given mortals a piece of the divine, a gift that did not belong to them. Zeus ordered the god of the forge to bind Prometheus in punishment. Hephaestus, with his iron tools and steady hand, obeyed. Upon a towering peak of Mount Caucasus, where the winds never slept and the rocks were sharp like blades, the god of fire and foresight was riveted in place. Shackled in chains forged by divine craftsmanship, he became a prisoner of his own compassion. The mountain, cold and silent, became the stage upon which his punishment played out. Others too tried to understand the tale. Some did not believe in the flames stolen from heaven. They said that Prometheus did not take fire, but rather discovered it. They said he found the secret of fire in things that already held its potential, in wood struck by lightning, in stones that sparked, in plants that smoldered. They believed Prometheus did not steal a divine spark, but uncovered the hidden force of nature and taught mankind how to summon it at will. Whether stolen or discovered, the result was the same. Mortals gained fire, and Zeus grew wrathful. The punishment remained. Zeus, having seen what Prometheus had done, ordered that his body be chained in cruel confinement. The act had broken divine law, whether by trickery, theft, or disobedience. Fire was no longer the secret of the gods, and the one who had delivered it to mortals would suffer for his boldness. Another tale tells of how, when Prometheus had committed the deed, a strange and winding story began to unfold, one involving the curious trade between a humble ass and a cunning snake. It is said that when Zeus discovered the theft, he created a cure for aging, a drug that could prevent the decay of time. He gave this to the informers who had revealed Prometheus's act, and they, seeking to carry the cure safely, placed it on the back of an ass. As the ass traveled, burdened under the weight of the precious gift, it grew thirsty under the burning sun. Its journey took it to a spring, clear and cool, guarded by a serpent who would not yield the water easily. Desperate, the ass struck a bargain with the snake. In exchange for a drink from the spring, it gave the creature the drug that held the power to cast off old age. The snake accepted, slithering away with its prize. From that day onward, the snake was said to shed its skin and live renewed, while the ass inherited the creature's thirst, doomed to crave water in the heat. This strange exchange became part of the myth, passed down by poets and storytellers, retold across generations. Still, the fire and its gift to mankind stood at the center of all the stories. In the earliest times, before the fire was theirs, men would turn to the gods for flame. They did not yet know how to keep it alive, how to protect it, how to make it their own. They had to seek it again and again, praying for the spark that would warm their homes and cook their food. But after Prometheus brought it to them, hidden in the fennel stalk, he also taught them how to preserve it. He showed them how to bury it beneath ashes so it would not burn out, how to guard it so it would never again be lost. Zeus, unwilling to let the balance of power shift so drastically, gave an order. he sent Hermes to act on his command. The messenger of the gods, swift and unrelenting, found Prometheus and obeyed the king's will. With iron spikes, he fastened Prometheus to the cliff of Mount Caucasus, the winds howling endlessly around him. There, Prometheus would remain, no longer a benefactor, but a prisoner. His crime, though noble in the eyes of men, was unforgivable in the eyes of the gods. The story stretched even further, beyond fire and beyond chains. It is said that in an earlier deception, Prometheus had tricked Zeus during the division of a sacrifice. He had offered Zeus the choice between two portions, one wrapped in glistening fat but hiding bones, the other containing real meat concealed beneath rough skin. Zeus chose the appealing exterior and realized too late that he had been tricked. From that moment on, he withdrew fire from mortals as punishment, unwilling to allow them the benefit of cooked meat. But Prometheus, unwilling to let mankind suffer for the gods' anger, again defied Zeus. He brought back the fire, giving them the power to thrive and survive. And for that, he paid the price. Whether he was a thief or a teacher, a deceiver or a savior, the result was the same. He gave mortals the flame that changed everything. It lit the darkness, warmed the cold, and brought life to lifelessness. But the punishment that followed cast a long shadow. The image of Prometheus, chained and suffering, endured for ages, an immortal reminder of the cost of defiance and the price of compassion. He gave everything, and in return, he was left to endure the sky's wrath, a lesson carved into the face of a mountain and whispered into the flames he once gave freely. Prometheus, ever cunning and never one to bow before loss, devised a way to restore fire to the world of men after it had been taken from them. The fire, which once danced freely in mortal hands, had been removed by the command of the king of the heavens. But Prometheus, refusing to let mankind fall back into darkness, sought to retrieve the flame by his own craft and daring. Waiting for the moment when none of the divine eyes were watching, he slipped quietly toward the source of fire, guarded by the gods. There, amid the flickering glow, he reached into the sacred blaze and trapped a small flame inside a hollow stalk of fennel. Holding this narrow container carefully, he raced away, joyful and proud, his stride light and urgent, almost as though he flew rather than ran. He tossed the stalk lightly as he moved, not only to hide it, but also to let air move through it, so that the fire would not be smothered by the damp vapors sealed within its walls. It is because of this moment that messengers who bear good news are said to come swiftly, and why, in athletic contests held in later ages, runners raced while holding torches, imitating the quick stride and flaming symbol of Prometheus. He had brought back the light. He had returned to mortals what had been taken from them. But the one who ruled the heavens, though slow to act at times, did not forget such defiance. In response to this bold act, he sought to give something in return, not to Prometheus, but to the mortals who had received his favor. He instructed the divine smith to shape a being from the earth, a woman formed of clay but gifted with charm, grace, and many talents, each given by a different god. She was adorned with beauty and wonder and named Pandora, for she carried within her all gifts. She was meant to be a blessing, but also a test, sent to dwell among men. But for the one who had defied the divine will, the punishment was more direct and cruel. Prometheus was taken and bound with an iron chain to the side of a mountain in Scythia, known as Caucasus. There, fixed in place by the unbreakable bonds crafted by the gods themselves, he was sentenced to endure his suffering not for years or decades, but for 30,000 years. Each moment of those years would carry with it the weight of his act, the flame given, the rule broken, and the will of the heavens defied. The memory of his punishment lived on in poetry and song. The poet told of his chains and the torment he endured. The mountain of Caucasus became more than stone and snow. It became a symbol of the price of compassion and rebellion. The tale of the fire thief, the rebel chained in the high cold places, echoed across the land. Others too remembered his fire. One poet spoke of how Orpheus, the singer whose voice could move even stones, sang of the eagle from the mountains, the theft of fire and the reigns of ancient gods. Another chronicler, searching through the histories of invention, wrote that it was Prometheus who first found the way to store fire safely, using the fennel stalk as a vessel to hold the divine flame. Even among those who lived in later times, the magic of Prometheus's knowledge lingered. One woman, skilled in spells and strange arts, spoke of a secret fire hidden inside a golden casket. This flame, she claimed, had been given to her by Prometheus himself. With it, she performed her dark arts, calling forth flames with whispers and hidden words, drawing power from the same gift once stolen from the heavens. Yet, not all gods saw his deed the same way. One among them, the eternal figure of time itself, looked upon the world and addressed the king of the sky. He said that Prometheus had brought sorrow, yes, but only because he had given men fire, which opened the door to hardship. If only he had taken nectar instead, the drink that brings joy to the hearts of the immortals, then perhaps the sorrow of mortals would have been soothed. But he had not. He had brought fire, and with it came light, knowledge, and toil. The beginning of his punishment had another root. It started not only with the fire, but also with a trick. Long ago, when the gods and mortals still dined together, Prometheus had offered a choice. 2 parts of a sacrificial offering. One appeared rich and lovely, wrapped in fat but holding only bones beneath. The other looked coarse, hiding the good meat beneath its rough surface. Zeus chose the appealing pile, and when he discovered the deceit, he withdrew fire from mankind out of anger. This was the first wound. The theft of fire was only the second strike, and the one that demanded retribution. To enforce the punishment, the king of the sky gave orders that Prometheus be bound with inescapable chains. Iron wrapped around his limbs, a spear driven through his side, holding him firm to the cold cliff face. But this alone was not the end. Each day, a long-winged eagle, fierce and unrelenting, came down from the sky. It tore at his flesh, ripping out his immortal liver. And each night, the liver grew back, whole once more, so that the torment could begin again with the sunrise. Day after day, year after year, it continued, endless pain without relief. This suffering would continue until a future day, when a hero strong and brave would come to break the chains. And this would not happen without the silent consent of the ruler above who, in his own time, allowed the wound to be healed and the punishment to be lifted. But until then, the chained figure remained, a symbol of defiance and of the cost of love for mankind. Thus Prometheus remained, fixed between heaven and earth, his gift glowing in every flame, every torch, every hearth. What he gave could not be taken back. Though the gods punished and the skies thundered, the light stayed with men. Fire had come to the world, carried in a stalk of fennel, and with it began the age of mortals, the age of knowledge, and the age of pain. The glory of the hero born in Thebes, the one known for his unmatched strength and feats across the wide and fertile earth, was destined to shine even brighter than before. This increase in honor, this rise in fame, was not by chance. It was carefully considered and allowed by the ruler of the heavens, who, despite his deep anger, chose to show grace. He, the Lord of the sky, had held onto a fierce wrath for a long time, ever since the one known for his cleverness dared to match his wits with the mightiest of all, the son of Kronos. The cause of this divine resentment lay in a moment that had long passed, a moment of dispute between gods and mortal men at a place called Mykone. There Prometheus, known for his sharp mind and cunning nature, had stepped forward, bold and unafraid. A great ox was slaughtered for a solemn division of offerings between gods and men, and it was Prometheus who took on the task of dividing the meat into portions. But he did not divide them with fairness. Instead, he prepared a trick meant to fool even the wisest. Before the others, he laid out a portion made of rich meat and glistening inner parts, all wrapped in the hide of the ox and topped with the stomach. But for the ruler of the heavens, he arranged the white bones, stripped of flesh, covered them with shining fat, and presented them as though they were the greater gift. When the Father of gods and men beheld the offering, he spoke. He saw what had been done, and with calm wisdom said to the son of Iapetos, "How unfairly you have divided the portions." He knew, he saw through the illusion. Yet Prometheus, ever smiling, kept to his deceit. With a soft smile and a tone as if nothing were amiss, he offered the choice. Take whichever portion your heart desires. He spoke with the full intent of trickery, hiding his thoughts behind gentle words. But the king of the gods, whose wisdom never fails, saw the truth. In his heart, a fire of anger began to burn, and a plan took shape, a plan that would unfold with time. He reached out and chose the white fat with both hands. But his heart darkened when he uncovered the bones beneath, stripped and hollow. A deep anger stirred within him. Because of this deceit, from that day onward, mortal men would burn white bones on their fragrant altars as offerings to the gods, a tradition born from a divine trick and the wrath that followed it. Zeus, whose wisdom holds the skies together, turned once more to the cunning one and spoke. "So, you have not forgotten your cleverness," he said, the bitterness thick in his voice. The memory of the trick lingered, and from that moment, he made a decision that would change the fate of humanity. He refused to share with mortals the sacred fire that burned with unending energy, the fire that brought warmth, light, and knowledge. This was his punishment, not just for the one who had tricked him, but for the race of men who had been favored. But Prometheus, who never accepted defeat, devised a new plan. He would not allow the world of men to remain cold and in the dark. With determination, he reached once again for that which was denied. He stole the fire, the far-seen gleam that danced across the heavens, and hid it within a stalk of fennel. Carefully, he carried it back to the world of mortals, and when Zeus saw this gift burning brightly among men, his spirit was pierced with fury. Fire, the forbidden light, had returned to those who walked the earth. In his rage, he called upon the master of the forge, the famous limping god, and gave him a command. From the earth, shaped with divine hands, a new being was formed, a maiden of striking beauty, shy and soft in appearance, yet created with a purpose. This creation, a response to the theft of fire, was to be the beginning of a new trial for mankind. This was not a gift, but a burden wrapped in beauty, a curse sent as a consequence for daring to take what was not freely given. And so, it was clear that no one could trick or surpass the will of the sky's ruler. Not even Prometheus, who had shown such kindness and daring, escaped the punishment that followed. Heavy chains, forged to hold even the most clever, were fastened around him. Though he knew many secrets, though his wisdom ran deep, he could not avoid the harsh justice that fell upon him. He was bound, unmoving, to a lonely rock, where the wind howled and the sun scorched his skin. And still, his punishment went beyond mere chains. Each day, an eagle came, long-winged and fierce, and feasted on his liver. And each night the wound healed, only to be torn open again. The pain was endless, the punishment without mercy. Yet through all this, his gift remained. Fire still burned on hearths and in forges. Men learned to shape tools, build homes, and warm their families. The world moved forward with the light he had brought, even as he suffered in silence. The trick with the ox, the theft of the flame, the punishment upon the mountain. They were all part of the same story. A tale of defiance, of cost, and of an immortal who stood against the will of the greatest God, not for power, but for the good of those who walked below. In the end, the chains did not break because of cunning, but because of fate. Another would come, a hero of great strength, born of a mortal woman and divine father. This hero would lift the weight of torment and free the one who had suffered so long. But that day would only come when the will of the skies allowed it. Until then, the tale remained a reminder that every light has its shadow, and every gift has its price. And so ended the tale of the trick at Mythology, of bones wrapped in fat, and of fire stolen in a stalk of fennel, glowing against the night. The many arts of sacrifice and divination were once unknown to mortals, their meanings hidden in smoke and silence. It was Prometheus who first taught men how to see the signs within the bodies of animals offered to the gods. He showed them the secrets written in the smoothness of entrails, the way the inner organs flowed or resisted, and how each detail spoke of the will of the divine. He taught them to look for colors in the gall, explaining which hues would be pleasing to the gods and which would not. He taught them to notice the speckled symmetry of the liver, a part whose patterns were signs of coming fate, and he instructed them in observing these delicate markings as a sacred script of destiny. He guided their hands to wrap thigh bones in glistening fat, placing them on altars as holy offerings. He showed them how to burn the long chine, the backbone of the sacrificial victim, releasing a sacred smoke that spoke to the heavens. From his teachings, men began to see flames not as simple fire, but as voices that flickered and danced with messages from the gods. He cleared their clouded vision, revealing the truth that had always been hidden in the fire. What was once obscure and unreachable became part of human understanding. And from this, the occult art of reading divine will was born, flowing from fire and flesh, smoke and ash, into the lives of mortals. In times long past, when the rites of sacrifice were still new and unrefined, the people burned entire animals in flame, offering them whole to the gods with great ceremony. But this was a burden too great for many, especially the poor, who could not afford such costly gifts. Prometheus, filled with concern for these struggling mortals, spoke on their behalf. With his wisdom and voice, he pleaded before the ruler of Olympus, seeking a more merciful way. He asked that only a portion of the sacrifice be burned for the gods, while the rest be kept by the people for their own nourishment. His plea was granted, not from a jealous or greedy god, but from one who understood the need. And from that moment, a new tradition was born. Sacred offerings could be made with less, and yet the gods would still be honored. To mark this new custom, Prometheus performed the sacrifice himself. He took 2 bulls and prepared them with great care. First, he placed their entrails upon the altar, the part that belonged to the divine. Then he divided the remaining flesh. One pile he covered with the hide of an ox, placing inside all the meat, the rich and nourishing parts. The other he filled with only bones, bare and white, and dressed it in fat, making it seem as though it too was full and whole. He laid the two before the ruler of the sky and offered him the choice. Though mighty, though divine, the ruler was deceived. He chose the pile of bones and fat, believing it to be the better share, and so began the tradition that after the meat was consumed by men, the bones and fat were burned in sacred fire as a tribute to the gods. But when the truth of the trick came to light, anger stirred in the heavens. The ruler of Olympus, filled with fury, took away from mankind the greatest gift they had been given: fire. It was taken from their reach, leaving them in darkness and cold, unable to cook food, forge tools, or warm their homes. This was not just punishment. It was a statement meant to remind men that divine favor should never be outshone by the cunning of one being. Yet Prometheus, whose cleverness had not dimmed, was not finished. He would not leave mortals in the cold. Secretly, he crept back to the place where the sacred fire burned, and he stole a small flame, hiding it inside a hollow stalk of fennel. With great care, he carried it back to mankind, the fire flickering but alive. In that moment, light returned to the world. The flame danced once more on hearths, in forges, and under cooking pots. Mankind rejoiced, but the gods were not pleased. As punishment for this second offense, Prometheus was seized by the will of the heavens. He was bound in chains that could not be broken, cruel bonds forged by divine hands. A sharp stake was driven through his body, pinning him to a lonely rock in the desolate heights of the Caucasus. There he was left, exposed to the wind, sun, and cold. But his torment did not end there. Each day, a great eagle, long-winged and fierce, would descend from the skies and feast upon his liver. And though the pain was beyond words, the immortal body of Prometheus would not allow death. Each night, his liver would grow anew, only to be torn away again the next day. The cycle of suffering was endless. This punishment continued for ages. The sky watched, silent and unmoved. Yet even the gods in time must honor fate. When the moment was right, and the glory of a hero needed to be revealed to the world, help came. A son of mortal woman and divine father, the strongest of all, journeyed to the rock where Prometheus lay. With hands guided by strength and justice, he slew the eagle and broke the bonds. And Prometheus, long-suffering and wise, was freed from his torment. But his story, carved in pain and fire, remained. From the hidden patterns in a liver to the blaze of a stolen flame, every part of his story taught something new to mankind. The rites of sacrifice, the reading of smoke, the burning of bones, and the balance between offering and survival. All these came from one who gave too much and paid dearly for it. Yet still, the fire he gave continues to burn, and the signs he revealed continue to guide. Prometheus, the wise one, bound in chains and freed by fate, shaped the world not with strength, but with thought, sacrifice, and fire. And so his legacy lives, not in temples or altars, but in every flame that flickers in the hands of men. Without the will of Zeus, who ruled from the high thrones of Olympus, nothing great could take place in the mortal world, not even the rise in glory of the sun born in Thebes. Even the greatness of Heracles, whose strength echoed through every land, had to be granted by the divine will above, by the one who held the thunder in his hands. Zeus, despite the fury he once held in his mighty heart, turned his gaze upon his own son and decided to honor him. For a time, wrath burned within him, stoked by a deep insult, one that came not from force, but from wit. Prometheus, born of the Titan race, dared to match intellect with Zeus himself. This act was not forgotten easily. and Zeus, in his pride and power, saw it as a challenge too bold to overlook. But in time, he let his anger settle. Still, he reminded all that no being, no matter how clever, could ever step beyond his will. The very stars might shift and the seas might rise, but the will of Zeus stood above all else. Even Prometheus, who was known for his kindness, his knowledge, and his desire to help mortals, could not escape the punishment brought by such defiance. Though he had many tricks and clever plans, though he had taught countless arts and skills to humankind, he was still captured, bound not by chance, but by necessity. His body was held in place by chains too strong for any hand to break. They brought him far from the lands where people dwelled, far from temples and cities, into the vast silence of the Scythian wilderness. There, where the earth stretched cold and empty, they reached the desolate cliffs, jagged and cruel, untouched by the footsteps of mortals. With them came power and force, twin instruments of Zeus's will. Alongside them walked the smith of the gods, the one who shaped iron and fire, he who held the tools to bind even the unbindable. It was he who was commanded to fasten Prometheus to the rocks. The crime was grave. Prometheus had stolen fire, the sacred flame, and handed it to the mortal race. This flame was no ordinary gift. It was the heart of invention, the root of all skill. From it would rise the arts, the forges, the knowledge of crafting, and the spark that made mankind rise beyond mere survival. By giving this to the mortals, Prometheus had weakened the divide between gods and humans. Zeus saw it not as compassion, but rebellion. And so, a price had to be paid. Prometheus was not just any rebel. He was once of their own kind. He had sat among gods, spoken their tongue, known their ways, and yet here he was to be bound like a criminal, punished not with death, but with the agony of endless time. Hephaestus, the god of fire and the forge, stood before the cliff with his heart heavy. The command had been given, but the task pained him deeply, for Prometheus was kin, and kinship is not easily cast aside. Though he had no choice, he moved slowly, his hand steady but reluctant. The wind howled over the rocky heights, carrying with it no comfort. The cliffs were cruel, and the winter winds that swept through them were without mercy. There was no voice, no echo of laughter, no hint of warmth, only stone and silence. Yet even knowing all of this, Prometheus had not begged or wept. He had stood silent, proud even in chains. Hephaestus lifted the unbreakable bonds, made not of rope or iron, but of adamant, the hardest substance known. They were forged in divine fire, tempered with will and shaped with precision. He took Prometheus's arms, stretched wide across the face of the cliff, and placed the cold bands around his wrists. With each strike of the hammer, the sound echoed through the emptiness. Again and again, the metal rang against the stone, each blow a mark of divine judgment. There would be no escape. His arms were pulled tight, his form exposed to the biting cold and the searing sun. The light of day would burn him, drying the color from his skin, while the night would offer no true comfort, only the slow ache of cold. Time would pass without measure. He would be forced to endure without rest, bound not just by metal but by fate. Power stood firm, unmoved by pity. He urged Hephaestus to complete the task without delay. There was no room for hesitation. To delay was to question the order of Zeus, and such a thing was dangerous. Hephaestus, though filled with sorrow, could not disobey. He moved with duty in his hands, even as regret clouded his thoughts. The burden of command, when carried out with pain, is heavy. He wanted to turn away, to leave, to forget the image of a fellow god nailed to a rock like a warning. But he stayed, and he finished what had been demanded. The chains were fastened, the arms were stretched. The rock would now become Prometheus's world. And still, he stood in silence. The fire he had given to mankind still burned below, in their homes, in their hearts, in the hearts of smiths and artists. That spark, small and golden, was still alive. But the giver of the flame was now a prisoner of the sky and stone. His suffering was meant to teach not just him, but all others who might defy the rule of Olympus. Yet even as he hung there, scorched by sun and frozen by night, no words of regret passed his lips. He had acted with knowledge, and though he suffered, he did not forget his reason. The gods watched, the winds whispered, and the rocks stood silent. And above all, the will of Zeus remained unshaken, as it always had been. There the task was taking shape, and not without care. The binding was being done precisely as ordered, with no error or looseness. The work demanded perfection, for the one they fastened was no ordinary being. His cunning was beyond compare, and even when trapped, he was known to find escape where none seemed possible. Power stood watching, stern and cold, urging the smith on, commanding with relentless voice. He pressed him to strike harder, to clamp tighter, to leave no inch of slack in the restraints. For the one being bound was a master of clever escapes, a mind of many turns, capable of slipping through the narrowest path of hope. The craftsman responded with steady hands. He fixed one arm first, the chains biting into divine flesh, locking it with finality. The arm was pressed back against the rock, where it would remain unmoved by time or struggle. There would be no freedom in its reach, no strength left in its swing. Power, still unsatisfied, told him to bind the other arm just as securely. There could be no weakness in the forging, no oversight. This punishment was not merely to contain but to teach. The one being chained was clever, yes, but he had dared to set his cleverness against the highest will, and in doing so, he had become the fool. No mind, however great, could outweigh the decree of the ruler of the heavens. The craftsman, though bound by duty, could not silence the sorrow that stirred inside him. His work was flawless. No one, not even the one being punished, could call it anything else. But still, it grieved him. It pained him to lay hand on one who had once walked beside him, one who had shared the same divine origin, one who had dared to think of others. But power had no room for such thoughts. There was no patience for sympathy. He ordered the next step, to drive the wedge of unbreakable adamant into the chest, to pierce through with full force, to make sure there was no way out. The smith groaned, his heart heavy as the hammer in his hand. He looked upon the suffering figure before him, feeling the weight of every blow. The eyes that once sparkled with knowledge and vision now stared back with silent defiance. This was not a punishment of the body alone. It was meant to crush the spirit. But power stood firm, rebuking even the smallest show of pity. He warned the smith not to weep for one who had rebelled, who had stolen from the gods and given to mortals. He reminded him that sorrow could find its way into the hearts of those who forget their place, that one day even he might suffer for such compassion. The chains continued to be wrapped around the body, encircling the sides with a cold bite. The smith moved on, no longer answering the commands. The orders were clear, and he did what he must. Still, power urged him forward, pressing him to continue, to finish the binding with full force, for the one who judged their work was not merciful. The hammer fell again and again, ringing against rock and iron, sealing the bonds. Finally, the legs were chained, fastened with strength that no god could break. The work was done, and the smith, burdened with sorrow, turned to leave. power remained only long enough to taunt the prisoner, telling him to enjoy his pride now, to reflect on his defiance, to remember the honors he had stolen from the gods and given away to those who lived and died in a single day. He mocked him for the name he bore, for being called the one who thinks ahead, saying that now it was he who needed forethought more than ever, for no thought could free him from what had been done. The enforcers left, their task complete, and silence returned to the cliffs. Then a voice rose, not loud but steady. The bound figure spoke, calling not to the gods who had punished him, but to the sky that stretched above him, to the winds that moved freely, to the rivers that flowed without chains, to the sea that danced with laughter, and to the earth that held it all. He called out to the sun, the great light that saw everything. Let them all witness what he endured. Let them all see the torment he faced, not from his enemies, but from those who once stood beside him. He was a god, yet he was punished by gods. He was once honored, now disgraced. He lay twisted and broken against the rocks, shamed, nailed in place, exposed to the endless march of time. And the pain was not only of the body, but of the soul. This was no brief punishment. It stretched into the distance without end, a span of suffering that could not be counted. This was the cruel design of the new ruler, one who had risen to power and claimed his place with merciless will. He cried out, not only for the pain that burned in the present, but for what was still to come. He knew the path before him, for the future was no mystery to him. He had seen what would be. He knew that even though each moment felt like fire, there was no escape in sight. But he also knew that this was fate, and fate was bound by necessity. Even he could not resist that. Still, he was torn inside. He could not speak of his fate, but he could not remain silent. The burden pressed on him from both sides, and at the heart of it all, what had brought him here, what had earned him this cruel fate, was a gift. A single act, a single choice. He had given fire to mortals, hidden in a stalk of fennel, a flicker of power stolen from the gods. That fire had taught them, lifted them, given them the first steps toward wisdom and skill. From that flame came every art, every craft, every spark of knowledge. And for that, for opening that door to humankind, he now suffered alone on the high rocks, caught between time and punishment, held fast by bonds that would not break. And so it was, for giving mortals a gift that led to powerful things, for granting them the means to rise and reach beyond their limits, he was now condemned to pay a great price. That was the offense, the one transgression that had caused all this suffering. It was for this that he had been nailed in chains beneath the endless open sky, where no roof shielded him from the sun or the cold or the wind. And there he hung, high on a lonely cliff, a god in chains, cursed and bound, once free, once honored, once part of the great harmony of the divine. He now stood alone as an enemy to the ruler of heaven, cast out and hated by all who served the throne of Olympus. All because of one thing, his deep and powerful love for mortals. Then, in that silence, something stirred. A sound, faint and strange, reached him. He could hear a murmur in the wind, a whisper in the air, something invisible drifting toward him. It was not clear what it was. Was it a sound sent by the heavens, or something from the world below? Was it the voice of a god, or a mortal, or something that blended both? He could not tell, but something was coming, approaching this place at the edge of the world, and he wondered, had someone come all this way just to look at his suffering? And if so, for what purpose? Was it out of curiosity, or sympathy, or cruelty? Still bound, still exposed, he listened closely. Again the air moved, and he heard a gentle rustling sound. Wings. There were wings beating softly nearby. He did not see them yet, but he felt the change in the wind. Whatever approached, it caused fear to rise in him. His mind turned quickly, imagining what it might be, and he remembered what else had wings, the creature that came to feed, the punishment sent by Zeus. The eagle. The fear returned to him again, and he braced himself for the pain that had become part of each day. But it was not the eagle. No sharp beak tore at him this time. It was something else. From above came the voices, not harsh, but gentle, concerned. A group had come, not to torment, but to stand with him. They had arrived in swift motion, riding the air with light grace. These were not enemies. They had flown through the skies with the permissions of their father, who ruled a great ocean stream that circled the world. They had come not with anger, but with sympathy. The sound of iron clashing had reached their distant caves. The echo of metal on stone, of fetters being forged and struck, had shaken their peace. The noise of his suffering had travelled across the world, and it had stirred their hearts, breaking through even their natural modesty and fear. They came quickly, riding in a winged car, their feet bare, unsandaled, rushing through the air with sorrow in their hearts. He looked upon them, the daughters of the deep, born from the endless waters that surrounded the earth, and he called out to them. He called them to witness his pain. He told them to look at the cruel chains, the hard bonds of unbreakable metal, and see where he stood. On the edge of the world, nailed to a peak above a ravine, forced to keep watch in a place with no comfort. It was not just the pain, but the shame of it, the exposure, the helplessness. They saw him, and the sight brought tears to their eyes. A mist of sorrow covered their vision. His body, once strong and free, now withered against the hard surface of the rock. They saw the flesh turn pale, the strength drained away, the divinity worn down by time and torture. The chains, cold and unforgiving, held every limb in place. The weight of it all was too much to bear. They knew the world had changed. The heavens had new rulers now, and the old ways had been thrown aside. The one who now sat on the throne ruled with harshness and pride, caring little for what had come before. The mighty had been cast down, and the customs that once held power were forgotten. In their place stood lawless rule, where strength decided justice. He heard them speak, and his heart echoed their sorrow. He cried out, not just in pain, but in regret. If only the punishment had been different. If only he had been thrown down below the earth, into the deepest pit, far beyond sight or sound, where the dead dwell and where no light reaches. If only he had been cast into the same abyss, where others had gone before him. There, at least, no one would see him suffer. No god, no enemy would have the joy of watching his pain. But here, exposed to all, he was nothing more than a plaything for the wind, a prisoner for the world to see. And the pain, though divine, was cruel enough to delight those who hated him. Yet even in the middle of that pain, he knew something, a secret, a truth not yet revealed. The ruler who now sat in power, the one who had sent him here, would one day need him. Despite the chains, despite the suffering, the future would bring a moment when everything would change. Even while tortured by bonds that would not break, he held a piece of knowledge that could shift the heavens. One day, when the pride of the ruler grew too great, when he thought himself safe and secure, there would come a moment of danger. A child born from the wrong union would rise, a child fated to overthrow him. But only one knew which union it would be. Only one knew which mother would bring that danger into the world. That knowledge was locked in the mind of the one now in chains. And so time would pass, and though the pain did not lessen, and though the sky offered no mercy, the future still waited. Someday, even the mighty would come seeking answers from the one they had cast out. Someday, the chains would break. But until then, the cliff held him fast, and the wind howled around him, and the heavens looked on in silence. Then, through the only way that he knew, he would bring the one who had punished him back to calmness. When that time came, when the heavy anger had faded, then there would be peace. Then finally, the bond that was broken would be made again, not with bitterness, but with friendship. The union would be whole once more, and the one who once punished would be the one who returned, as willing as he had ever been, eager to reach out his hand, just as he himself longed for the day when they could stand side by side again. The voices around him stirred once more, and they asked him how such suffering could come from something as simple as a gift. Was this torment truly the punishment for the act he had committed, for stealing fire? And he replied, yes, that was the charge. That was the crime that had led to all of this. Because of it, he was tortured endlessly. No rest, no relief, no break from pain. It continued without end. They asked if there would ever be a finish to it. If somewhere in the future, the chains would fall and the sky would soften. But he answered plainly, there was no set end. There was no day marked in the stars when it would be over. It would end only when it pleased the one who ruled above, and no one could know when that would be. Still, they pressed gently, asking what hope could remain. But he spoke with clarity. It was true that he had chosen this path. He had acted by his own will. There was no deception in that. He admitted the choice, the action, and the mistake. He had given help to the mortals, had stood beside them, and through that, he had found his punishment. He did not try to excuse it. Yet he had not imagined that the cost would be so great, that his fate would be to waste away, chained to a cliff that hung between earth and sky, suspended over a lonely ravine, in a place where even the wind brought no comfort. Still, he asked them to stop mourning what was already known. His pain was present, but there was more to come. He urged them to land, to rest on the ground and listen, not just to what had happened, but to what would still unfold. He would speak of the future, every part of it, from beginning to end, so that they could know what fate still held in store. And then another came, one who moved over the waters and winds, one who had watched from a distance but could no longer stay away. He arrived not in pride, but in sympathy, to offer advice. This visitor, wise in his own way, spoke gently but firmly. He saw the suffering with his own eyes, the cruel bonds, the chains that dug deep, the pain that time had not dulled. And he spoke not as a judge, but as one who wished to help. He offered words of warning. He said that times had changed. The throne of the sky now had a new master. The customs of old had been replaced, and the new ruler did not care for opposition. He urged him to learn to know himself again, to let go of pride and to bend where needed. For harsh words, he warned, could carry farther than one might think. Even from a distance, even from his high throne, the ruler might hear. And if he did, then the punishment might grow worse. What was now suffering might one day feel like mercy in comparison. He begged him to let go of anger, to soften his heart, to seek peace in any form he could find. The advice was simple, maybe even old and tired, but it was meant with care. The one who suffered had spoken too boldly, the words sharp and proud. Even now, chained and broken, he had not learned to bow before misfortune. Instead, he clung to defiance, adding weight to his own burden. The visitor asked to be a guide, to help ease the torment, to try what he could to bring change. But he warned again. No more harsh speech, no more sharp tongue. Words, when used carelessly, brought pain. Even wisdom could not protect one who did not know when to stay silent. And to all this the Chained One responded. He heard the concern, he felt the sympathy, but he also saw the risk. He warned the visitor to stay away from his fate. He did not want anyone else to suffer for standing with him. He knew well that the one they both feared was not easily swayed. Words alone could not change the sky. He begged him to go, to save himself, for the path of pity might lead to ruin. Then the chorus of voices spoke again. They had watched, listened, and now sorrow overflowed. They mourned what had happened, shedding tears that flowed like rivers. The pain of watching him suffer was too much to bear. A deep sadness filled them, and they wept, their eyes wet with grief. They had seen his glory, known his strength, and now they saw him broken, a god reduced to stillness on stone. And though they wished to lift him, there was nothing they could do but cry. And as they wept, the winds around the cliffs sang low, the sky dimmed, and time passed like a shadow over the face of the world. The tears fell freely, running in quiet streams down soft cheeks, touched by sorrow. The pain they witnessed was too deep for words, and their hearts could no longer contain the grief. This was no ordinary punishment, no passing hardship. It was something far greater, something that echoed through the very bones of the world. The ruler of heaven, seated high and firm in his unshakable place, now held power with laws made by himself alone, not passed down, not shared, not agreed upon, but shaped by his own hand and mind. This new power, crowned without challenge, now ruled with pride too great to measure, showing no kindness to the old gods, those who once held sway before him. To them he offered no respect, only scorn, treating them as forgotten relics of a time now swept away. And the earth, once calm, now cried aloud. All around, from peak to ocean, from wind to river, from sky to shadow, came the sound of mourning. Though some of the words had been lost, the feeling remained, the deep, aching sorrow for the fading of a great honor, the honor that had belonged to the Chained One and to his brother. That glory, earned in an age before this, had once filled the world, had once been praised and worshipped, but now all of it was broken, and the pain was not his alone. The mortals of the eastern lands, those who lived in sacred places, in cities near the sun, they too felt the sorrow. They shared in it, not with chains, but with hearts that felt the weight of the injustice. Even the sea itself gave a cry. The waves ever moving carried the sound across the world. As they rose and fell, they sang a song of grief. The deep groaned from below, heavy and dark, and the black silence of the underworld rumbled in answer, its voice echoing like thunder in a place without light. Even the clear rivers, always flowing, always clean, joined in the mourning. Their waters, once peaceful, now shimmered with sadness as they passed through valleys and woods, carrying with them the pain of a god in chains. But he knew this was not a sorrow that would end soon. Fate, the great force that brings all things to their end, would not be turned by pity. The course had been set. No sudden mercy would cut it short. The pain had to run its full course to the very edge of endurance. Only through endless torment would release finally come. Not until he had been broken by suffering would the chains fall. That was the law, not of gods, but of fate itself. When they asked what fate awaited the ruler, whether his rule would last forever, he did not answer. He said only that it was not the time to speak. That truth had to remain hidden. It was a secret that must be guarded. for it was that secret alone that could one day set him free, a truth so powerful that the one who now ruled would be forced to release him in order to possess it, the truth of what was yet to come, the prophecy of a future that even the heavens feared. And still they asked, what good had it done? This gift to the mortals, what help had they given in return? He had suffered for them, but could they ease his pain? Could they lift even a single chain from his limbs? They were creatures of a day, bound by weakness, lost in dreams. Their lives passed like shadows. Their minds, though filled with longing, held no power against the will of heaven. What aid could such a race offer to a chained God? Their counsel, no matter how wise it seemed, would never reach high enough to change the order of things. Yet he did not deny what he had done. He said again that it was he who gave them fire. It was he who brought the flame down from the heavens and placed it in their hands. That single gift lit the way for all their arts, all their skills, all the small triumphs that made them rise above the beasts. It was not only a flame, it was the spark of knowledge, the first step toward understanding, the heart of invention. And for that gift, he was now chained to a rock in a forgotten place, high above the earth, suffering in silence. When another came and asked who had done this, who had fastened him to this cliff, he answered simply, it was by the will of the ruler and the hand of the smith. The command came from the throne and the execution from the forge. That was how it had happened. No trial, no plea, only the blow of a hammer and the weight of fate. He spoke again, not just of pain, but of the deep ache that came from living without end. For him, there was no death, and in that, there was no release. Death would have ended the suffering. It would have closed the wound. But that door was sealed. Instead, he endured and would go on enduring until the ruler who had placed him there lost everything, until the throne was broken, until the scepter fell. That thought brought a question. Would the ruler truly fall? Would the king of the sky be cast down? And if so, who would do it? Who could take the power from him? He answered not with a name, but with a warning. The one who would cause the fall was the ruler himself, through choices made in ignorance, through plans formed without wisdom. It would not be an enemy from outside, but pride from within. That would be the undoing. A mind too full of itself, too certain of its power, would lead to ruin. When asked again, pressed to reveal more, to speak the shape of what was to come, he stopped. The words hovered at the edge of speech, but would not fall. That knowledge remained locked in silence, for to speak it now would be to lose the one thing that could break the chains. And so he waited, and the sky above him stayed cold and empty, and the wind whispered through the rocks, and time, endless and slow, carried the pain forward like a river with no mouth, until the moment when the heavens would turn. A marriage, that is what shall one day bring him sorrow. A union that seems promising on the surface, a bond formed with pride and power, shall instead turn against him. That is the hidden thread that runs through the future, a thread unseen by most, but known to the one who now lay chained upon the cold rock. And when asked if the union would be with a mortal or a god, there was only silence. The question was not wrong, but the answer could not be spoken. It was not yet the time to reveal it. The knowledge was too heavy, too sharp. The name, the nature of the union, the identity of the mother, it all had to remain sealed within him. Yet it was true. This consort, unknown to many, would bear a son. And not just any child, but one greater than his father. A child whose strength and fate would rise so high that even the throne of the heavens would shake beneath him. And the father, mighty as he seemed, had no way to stop it, no defense, no clever scheme, no divine weapon could change what had been foretold. There was only one way the ruin could be avoided. Only one soul knew how to prevent it. The key lay with the one who had been chained. But he would not give up that secret freely. Not unless he was unbound. Not unless he was granted freedom from this torment. The question rose again. Who would break these chains? Who would stand against the command of the sky? And then the answer came, simple and strange. It would be one born from the same line as the one who stood before him now. One of her blood, a grandchild many times removed, a hero yet unborn, a figure of strength and courage, would come to these cliffs and shatter the bonds with. His own hands. 10 generations must pass, and from her seed one would rise, one who bore the bow and stood apart from all others. That was the oracle passed down from his mother. She who was born before many of the gods. She who spoke truth that never failed. It was she who told him of this fate long ago. And now that prophecy was the only light left in the darkness. From her words came the vision of a man of action, a name that would echo through time, one who would endure hardship and perform great deeds. And it would be he, with heart full of fire, who would bring an end to the torment of chains. Still, the day had not yet come. And until that day, the ruler of the skies would sit high and proud, deaf to warning, blind to fate. But even he would not escape forever. One day, his arrogance would lead him to a decision that would cause his fall, a decision wrapped in beauty and pride. He would seek a union with one he should not touch. That single act would seal his doom, for she was destined to bear a son too great to be ruled, a child stronger than his own father. And in that moment, the curse spoken long ago would come alive. The same curse that had been shouted by the one who fell before him, the old ruler cast down from his throne. That curse would move through time, waiting for its moment to strike. And when the sky ruler reached for what should have been left untouched, the full weight of that curse would crash down upon him. The fall would not come from battle or rebellion, but from prophecy itself. None of the gods could save him then. Only the one in chains could guide him. Only he held the knowledge. Only he knew the full truth and the one path to safety. But he had no intention of giving it up for nothing. Let the ruler of the sky sit in his palace. Let him hold his thunder and flash it across the heavens. Let him roar with his storms and believe himself untouchable. None of it would protect him from what waited ahead. For already the enemy was forming, not from hate, but from fate. A force unlike any other, irresistible, unstoppable, was growing. It would come with a power beyond lightning, with a voice louder than thunder, with a flame that would outshine the brightest bolt hurled from above. This force would break the trident that ruled the seas, that shattered lands and shook the earth. It would silence the roars of storms and tear through all defense. And when that day came, the sky ruler would learn the difference between ruling and being ruled, between holding power and being held beneath it. The pride that lifted him so high would be the very thing that dragged him down. Yet, to those who heard these words, it sounded too bold. Was this truth, or only a wish to see revenge? Was this prophecy, or only bitterness? But he replied that he spoke only what would be. It was his wish, yes, but it was also what must come to pass. And when they asked if such a thing was even possible, if someone could truly rise above the ruler of the heavens, he did not hesitate. Yes, it would happen. And that ruler, proud as he was, would carry on his back a pain even heavier than the chains now wrapped around the one who spoke. Why did he not fear saying these things aloud? Why did he not tremble as he spoke of the downfall of the most powerful? It was because he knew one thing that gave him strength. He could not die. The fate given to him did not allow for death. He could be punished, yes. He could be tormented and chained, but he would not end. And so, with nothing more to lose, he feared nothing. And if there was worse pain to come, let it come. He had already accepted it. He had already looked into the face of endless suffering. Nothing more could surprise him. And so he spoke, unshaken, even as the wind howled and the rocks stood cold around him. And those who listened, bound to silence, heard not only the cries of a chained god, but the first tremble of a future that would shake even the highest throne. Adrasteia, the name that meant the inescapable, the force that even the gods could not outrun, the one who brought what must be, no matter how powerful the being, no matter how high their throne. It was to this principle that all things were bound, and not even the ruler of the sky could escape its reach. And the one in chains, the one stretched across the unforgiving rock, spoke without fear. Let others worship, let them adore, let them bow before whoever held power over them. Let them flatter and bend to the will of the one who ruled with thunder in his hand. That was their choice. But for him, he held no regard for the King of Heaven. His heart was hardened, his defiance unwavering. Let the ruler do as he pleased. Let him enjoy his throne and command the heavens with lightning and fear. But it would be short-lived. His reign would not last. The gods who now bowed to him would not bow forever. His hold over them would pass like a shadow at dusk. That power, though immense, was not eternal. Then, out of the sky, came another, a messenger, one sent by the throne itself. The winged one stepped forward, bearing words not of comfort, but of command. He had been sent to speak directly to the bound one, to deliver the will of the sky's ruler. The message was clear. Speak. Reveal the secret. Name the marriage, the union that the chained one had once claimed would bring the king to ruin. Speak plainly, not in riddles, not in clever speech. Say what must be said, every detail, every name. For the ruler would not tolerate silence any longer. This was the final warning. The messenger had no desire to return a second time, but the chained one answered, as he always had, with refusal. There would be no answer, no hint, no truth spoken. The secret would remain locked behind his lips until the day these cruel bonds were broken, until the fetters were loosed, until freedom was given. He would tell nothing. Let the ruler of the sky do his worst. Let the storm break loose. Let the white snow fall. Let the thunder shake the ground. Let the heavens tremble and the seas rise. Let the world reel beneath the fury of the storm. None of it would matter. Nothing could force him to speak. The messenger warned again. He asked if this silence truly served him, if this defiance would profit him in the end. But the chained one had already chosen his path long ago. He had seen what would come. He had accepted the pain. He had made peace with the long darkness ahead. The voice of the sky's servant grew sharper. He called him a fool, one who would not bend even in the face of suffering. He urged him to yield, to learn wisdom from pain, to change before it was too late. But the one bound in chains stood firm. He would not be broken. He would not plead. He would not fall to his knees. He would not raise his hands in supplication. He would not become soft in fear or beg for pity. His hatred burned too deep. His resolve stood like stone. The messenger fell silent, knowing further words would be wasted. This was no soul that could be swayed. No argument could soften him. But the message had not yet ended. The warning had to be finished. If the secret remained untold, then a punishment worse than all that had come before would begin. The rock on which he lay would not hold forever. it would be shattered with thunder and flame. The lightning would crash down, breaking the jagged cliff, and his body would be buried beneath the earth. But even then, there would be no peace. The rock would keep him, locked in its cold embrace. Time would pass long and heavy, and then, after that stretch, when he returned again to the light of day, another torment would rise. A new punishment, cruel and relentless. A creature would come from the sky. A winged beast, sharp and savage, sent not with mercy, but with hunger. The hound of the heavens, a bird with talons like blades and a hunger that could not be satisfied, would descend. Uninvited, unceasing, it would come each day. It would tear at his body, ripping open the same wound again and again. It would feast not on flesh alone, but on the liver, that deepest part of suffering. And even as it healed each night, the bird would return by day to tear it anew. There would be no end to this agony, not until someone else, another god, took the pain upon themselves, not until one stepped forward freely, unforced, to descend into the darkness that lay beneath all things, into the sunless realm, into the deep silence of the pit called Tartaros. Only when one soul offered themselves willingly to that fate could the chains finally be broken. The messenger's voice grew cold. He had spoken all that was commanded. He had delivered the warning. The rest would follow, and still the one in chains remained silent, unmoved. He had known from the start. He had chosen defiance, not because it was easy, but because it was right. Because the truth he held was greater than his pain. Because the fall of a tyrant was worth more than the comfort of freedom. And above, the sky rumbled softly, waiting. Therefore, let this be understood clearly and without doubt, for these are not the empty boasts of pride or the lies of a mind lost in arrogance. This is the truth, simple and severe. It is not a trick. It is not a veil of words meant to hide weakness. What has been spoken comes directly from the mouth of the ruler of the sky, and that mouth does not lie. That voice does not speak falsehoods, nor does it play with shadows. Every word it speaks becomes action. Every promise it makes comes to life. Nothing in it can be doubted, for the will behind it moves the very order of the world. And so, the warning stands. It would be wise to reflect on it carefully. Do not let pride blind reason. Do not place stubbornness above wisdom. There is no glory in holding to a path that leads only to destruction. The voices that stood by, watching and listening, now turned toward the one who lay in chains. They had heard the message, had seen the fury of the skies build in silence. They had no power to break the bonds or to shift the fate written into the bones of time, but they could still speak. They said the messenger's words were not untimely, nor did they come with malice. He spoke of putting aside stubbornness and opening the heart to wisdom. It was sound advice. It was not cowardice to change when the storm grew near. It was not weakness to listen. And for one who was known for his mind, for his cleverness, to persist in error would be shameful. Let him be guided by counsel. Let him look ahead, not only with fire but with thought. But the chained one had heard all this before. It was not new to him. There was nothing fresh in the message brought down by the skies. The threat had been repeated again and again, and now, as ever, he stood unchanged. It did not shame him to suffer at the hands of one who called him an enemy. If pain came from an enemy, it was not disgrace. It was a sign of standing for something. And so, let the storm come. Let the forked lightning strike down. Let it twist and burn and fall upon his head. Let the thunder roar and the winds tear the sky apart. Let the sea rise and swallow the land. Let the stars be torn from their paths and hurled into chaos. Let the heavens break against the earth. Let the ruler of the sky gather every force he commands, and with the weight of it all, let him throw the bound one down into the darkness of Tartaros, into that realm beneath all realms, where the floods of necessity swirl without mercy. Let all of that be done, but still he would not die. The messenger could only respond with disbelief. Such thoughts, such words, could only come from one whose mind had been shattered. What prayer was this, if not madness? What plea was this, if not frenzy? It was like trying to reason with a storm, to speak to a wave and expect it to still. There was no reaching him, and so the warning turned to those who stood by in silence, those who watched with sorrow and fear. The storm that was coming would not strike gently. The roar of the thunder would not choose its path. Let them flee now, while there was time. Let them run before their senses were broken by the wrath of the sky. But they did not move. They did not run. They did not flinch. The voice of the messenger held no weight over them. They answered with strength, not of the body, but of loyalty. Persuasion had no hold here. No words could convince them to leave him behind. If suffering awaited, then they would share in it. For betrayal was the one thing they could not endure. They would not become like those who turned away when pain drew near. They would not abandon the one who had been cast out. They had chosen their place, and they would remain. There was no pest, no sickness, more vile than treachery, and so they stood firm. The messenger gave his final warning. Let them remember, when the skies broke open and the pain came down, that they had been warned. Let them not blame the ruler above when agony wrapped around them. Let them not say it was unexpected. Let them not cry out that it was sudden or unfair. They had heard the words, they had seen the signs, and still they stayed. The net was closing, and they stepped into it by choice. With that, the messenger departed. Then came the moment when all fell into motion. What had been words now became the storm. The threat turned to deed. The ground beneath the rock shook. The earth trembled to its core. A thunder peal, deep and echoing, rolled up from beneath, louder than any sound before. It was not a single clap, but a roaring tide of sound, moving like a beast across the land. From the sky came flashes of fire, lightning crowned in flame, twisting and striking, not once, but again and again. The winds no longer whispered. They screamed, tearing up the dust in furious spirals, slamming into the rocks with a fury that blurred the air. All the winds rose together, no longer scattered, but gathered as one force. They clashed like armies, colliding in the sky with violence. The sky itself was ripped open, the heavens no longer calm, but in chaos. It was no longer separate from the sea. The deep rose up, reaching toward the clouds, the waves and stars spinning in the same storm. It was not just a tempest, it was the world undone, and at the heart of it stood the chained one, alone, unmoved. He looked into the storm not with fear, but with a voice that rose even as the thunder fell. He called out not to the ruler of the skies, but to the one who gave him birth, to the one who watched all from above, the sky that carried the light for all the world. Let her see, let her bear witness, let the wrong not be hidden, let it be known what was done. For all the power that fell, all the fury sent from above, it would not silence him, not even as the sky itself turned against him. The chorus stood before him, once mighty beings themselves, now freed from the long darkness of Tartaros. They were the Titans, released at last through the rare mercy of the one who ruled above. Once cast down, once imprisoned in the deep, now they walked again upon the earth. And they came not in triumph, but in sorrow, for they came to see him, the one still bound, the one still suffering, the one chained by bolts to the cliffs of the world. They came as kin. They came to witness his pain, to behold the torment that had not ended with time. They looked upon his wounds and the bitter steel that gripped his limbs, and they grieved. Their nephew, once bright among them, now lay transfixed upon the stones, unmoved by age, untouched by death, yet never free of agony. And he, seeing them approach, spoke not with pride, but with truth. He called to them, his kin, the race born of the ancient sky, the ones who knew the weight of defeat, the ones whose blood ran with memory of rebellion and loss. They had known punishment, they had tasted wrath, and now they saw it in him, sharpened and endless. They beheld him fastened as if he were a ship, dragged in by frightened hands, chained to a harbour's edge by sailors afraid of the roaring dark. That was how he was held, anchored not by rope but by metal, not by fear of storm, but by the will of the one who now ruled the world. That will had sent the fire god to carry out the sentence. The forge of heaven had worked not to build, but to bind. With unfeeling hands, the maker of weapons had struck bolts through his limbs, not for war, not for justice, but for pain. The rock had become his prison, the chains his torment. He was given no respite, only the company of the wind, the silence of the sky, and the knowledge that this punishment was not brief. It was meant to last beyond memory. Every third day the silence would be broken. The sky would darken, and from the high places would descend the one chosen to carry out the daily cruelty. A winged creature, the servant of the one above, would swoop down with talons curled, eyes sharp, and hunger endless. This was no beast of the forest, no simple scavenger. It was sent, it was commanded, and its feast was the body of the chained one. With terrible precision, the bird tore at the soft place beneath the ribs, at the organ that never ceased to grow back, that always returned to fullness by the next dawn. The liver, the seat of suffering, was devoured over and over, ripped and swallowed until the bird rose again, shrieking in satisfaction, its wings soaked in blood, its tail sweeping the air with pride. But there was no release. Each time the flesh returned, each time the pain began again. The cycle was endless. The scream of the bird was answered by the silence of the prisoner, for though he cried out in agony, though he longed for death, it was not granted. That too had been taken from him. Even the right to end his suffering had been denied. He looked for an ending. He wished for an escape. But there was none. Not through strength, not through time, not through death. Instead, the centuries passed, and the torment grew heavier, not lighter. The sun blazed above him, and from his body fell droplets, not of sweat, but of melted agony. Drops like fire slid from his skin, falling onto the sharp stone below. The rocks of the great mountain drank his pain. The earth beneath him held the memory of his cries, and still no help came. But then, across the vastness, a figure approached, one who bore the bow, one who had travelled across the ends of the world, one who sought the golden apples hidden in the far west. His path brought him through the frozen north, through the lands no mortal dared to tread. And now he came upon the mountain, upon the place where the sky met stone. And there he saw the chained figure, suffering in silence. The prisoner, seeing this traveller, did not ask for pity. Instead, he gave direction. He spoke of the dangers ahead, of the roaring winds of the north, of the storms that could rise without warning and sweep even the strongest from the earth. He gave guidance, pointing the path, warning of what lay beyond. And the traveller listened, and with his bow in hand, he looked upon the chained god and saw not just a victim, but one who had endured beyond what any could. Bear. And then, with that same bow, he turned to the sky. The eagle returned as it had every day, but this time it was met not with flesh, but with iron-tipped flight. The arrow flew, sharp and swift, and struck the creature from the air. The tormentor fell, its cry silenced. The winged hound of heaven would return no more. At last, the endless feast was ended. The chains still held, the bolts still dug into the limbs, but for the first time, the cycle was broken. The agony paused, the blood ceased to flow. The sky above remained, but it watched in silence. And the sun, once the witness of suffering, now shone upon a moment of stillness. The one who had suffered, who had endured without break, now looked into the eyes of the one who had come, and though words were few, the meaning was great. One had given pain, another had given guidance, and now another had given action. The path westward awaited. The apples were yet to be found, but in that high place upon the rocks of the mountain, the sound of wings no longer echoed. The silence returned, but it was a different silence now, one no longer filled with agony, but with the quiet breath of a world that had turned, if only for a moment, toward mercy. Then at last, the arrow was drawn. The bow, long held in silence, curved under the strength of the archer's arm. The moment had come. The air was still for a breathless second, and with the words that wished for the guidance of the god of the hunt, the string was loosed. "May the hunter guide it straight," he cried to the wind. The shaft flew, a streak of light in the sky, sharp and fast, and it found its mark. The eagle, that creature of torment which had come day after day to feed upon the flesh of the bound one, screamed and fell from the heavens. The sky, for the first time in ages, echoed not with pain, but with the end of it. The arrow had brought silence. The one in chains looked upon his rescuer. There stood the son of his enemy, and yet in that moment he was dearer than any. The one who had struck him down now offered his freedom through his child. It was a strange fate that the son of the one who ruled with thunder and chains would be the hand that broke them. But such was the course of time. The path to deliverance did not follow reason, nor did it rise from comfort. It came through the child of a storm, and to that child he gave his gratitude, not with soft words, but with truth. "Of his sire, mine enemy," he said, "this dearest son." In the world that followed, the story was remembered. It was told in quiet places and in cities beneath the sun. And to the stranger who came as guest, there was given a garland, a crown made not of gold, but of old memory. It was a bond of woven green placed gently upon the head, as if to say that even suffering could end, and that kindness must be honored. It was the best of bonds, so the bound one had said. Not chains of iron, not shackles forged in fire, but a ring of remembrance offered in peace. And so it was that a simple wreath became the mark of something ancient, a symbol not of beauty alone, but of the end of pain and the gift of freedom. They said later that the god who once ruled from the storm had done this, that he had ordered that garland to be worn, not as punishment, but as a sign. When the one who stole fire finally stood free, he had not begged, but had offered instead a quiet atonement, voluntary, painless, not forced by command, but chosen freely. And so the garland was placed not with anger, but as a token, a memory woven into leaves. In Korea, where people still wove crowns from osier branches, it was said they did so in honor of the one who had once been chained. For him, for the one who had given fire, the one who had suffered for it, the one who had endured. There had been a reason, long ago, why the ruler of the sky feared a child, not just any child, but one yet unborn. It was not only from pride that he turned away from a certain marriage. It was because of a warning, a truth whispered by one who knew the future, a truth that the woman he sought would give birth to one stronger than the father. And from that fear, he stepped back. He gave her not to himself, but to another, because of the words of the one who had suffered, because he had spoken what he knew, and because even the ruler could not ignore what would come. It was the same one who had shaped men from the earth and water, who gave them their form, who lifted them from the dust, who shaped their limbs and gave them voices. It was he who saw their weakness, their cold, their hunger, and so, from the heavens, he stole a gift. He did not bring down stars or rain. He brought fire, hidden in the stalk of a fennel plant, carried in secret, concealed from the eye of the sky. He gave it to those who had nothing, and when the fire lit their homes, when it cooked their food and warmed their bones, they called him a friend. But the ruler called it theft. The punishment came swiftly. The one who ruled ordered that the forger of fire be chained. The smith of the gods, silent and obedient, drove the bolts into the rock of the mountain. There he was bound, far from the lands of men, where snow met the sky. The eagle came soon after, tearing at his flesh each day, and each night the wound healed. This was his price. This was what he paid for fire. But then came the archer. After many labors, after walking through lands beyond the reach of maps, after taking the cup of the sun and sailing the ring of the world, he reached the far side. There, in the frozen lands, beneath the peaks of the mountain, he raised his bow. The eagle fell. The pain ended. The chains were undone. The olive tree gave its bond, and the one who had once been chained stood again. Yet there was a cost. One could not walk away untouched, and so, to seal the act, to bring balance to the sky, another was offered in place. One who was wise, one who had lived many years, gave himself freely. He entered the realm below, taking on the pain, so that the fire-bringer could remain in the world above. It was a trade, a quiet agreement, and one that would be remembered. And when the hero turned to seek the apples, those golden fruits kept far in the west, it was the freed one who gave the final guidance. "Do not go yourself," he said. "Let another carry the burden. Let the one who holds the sky lower it for a moment, so that the task may be done." And so it happened. The advice was taken. The hero stood beneath the heavens while the bearer of the world sought the golden prize. And when it was over, he remembered the one who had helped him. Far below, where the centaurs had once fled to the cave of the wise one, and where the stories of gods and men had crossed paths, the name of the one who gave fire was spoken again, not in anger, not in fear, but in respect, in memory, in the light of the flame that still burned. Heracles, with his bow drawn and the arrow loosed, aimed not in hatred, but in urgency. The arrow cut through the air and struck, but not as intended. It pierced the arm of one centaur, and in its deadly path, it found the knee of another, one who did not deserve the wound. That one was wise, a healer, a teacher, and immortal. As soon as Heracles saw what had happened, horror filled him. He ran to the wounded figure, his heart burning with regret. With his own hands he removed the arrow, trying to undo what could not be undone. The wound was deep, the pain was great, and though the healer gave Heracles a salve to dress it, even his own knowledge, even his own hands could not stop the poison. The wound festered, it did not heal. The pain grew stronger, not weaker, and though he longed for rest, the one who suffered could not die. He was immortal, and so, with the pain burning through his body, he went into his cave, seeking solitude. There, surrounded by silence and stone, he yearned for the end. But the end would not come. Immortality, once a gift, had become a curse. No fire could burn it away, no sleep could ease it, no time could erase it. Only the pain remained. It was then that Prometheus, still remembered though long bound to rock and silence, made a proposal. He spoke to the one who ruled above, to the source of the chains that once held him. He offered Heracles as a replacement. Let the mortal become immortal. Let him take the place. Let the one who had suffered through kindness and healing be allowed to rest. And the ruler agreed. And so, at last, the wound could be stilled. The pain could cease. And death, which had so long been denied, finally came like a quiet tide. The immortal was allowed to pass, and Heracles, the rescuer of Prometheus, was welcomed into a new place, unchained above time. There had been another moment long before, when the same voice had spoken to the sky. The ruler above, driven by desire, sought a union with a goddess of the sea. But Prometheus warned him. He told the truth. The child born from that union would rise above the father. The child would take the throne. And so, the union was left behind. The goddess was given to another, and the child born was great, but not a threat. The sky remained safe because Prometheus had spoken. And now, far away, a ship sailed into the last waters of the Black Sea. The cliffs of the mountain rose like jagged teeth in the distance, the edges of the world. The Argonauts, seeking their fate, looked up and saw the place of torment. There, high on the rock, Prometheus hung. Every limb was bound. Bronze fetters gripped him tight. His arms and legs stretched across cold stone. They saw the eagle too, a monstrous shape in the sky. It circled above, then swooped downward in its familiar dance. Each day it came, each day it fed. The bird was not like others. Its wings beat the air with such force that the sails of the ship shuddered as it passed overhead. Its feathers gleamed like polished oars, and when it reached the bound figure, its beak tore into flesh. Again and again, it fed on the liver, always returned, always hungry. The screams of the one in chains echoed through the afternoon sky. The Argonauts, looking on, heard the cries stretch across the waves, a sound of pain so sharp it seemed to cut the wind. And when the eagle had finished its cruel feast, it turned and flew back the way it came, its wings leaving silence in their wake. But even the earth remembered. On the slopes of the mountain, where the eagle had dropped scraps of torn flesh, the blood of Prometheus had fallen, not red but pale, like ichor, the lifeblood of the divine. The ground there drank the pain. The stones held the memory of suffering. The drops were small, but they told a tale that needed no words. Poets remembered too. One wrote of the bird that devoured the liver of the one who had stood for mankind. He was not just a victim, he was a protector. He had given light to those who lived in darkness, warmth to those who froze, hope to those who lived by fireless stone. And for that, he had been punished. Another told the story of how the arrow had ended it. Heracles, seeing the agony, saw not just punishment, but injustice. He raised his bow and ended the torment with one shot. The eagle fell. The chains were broken. The mountain knew silence again, and even the ruler of the sky, once filled with wrath, was persuaded to let go of his anger. The one who had helped men was freed. The storm had passed. Others told of the guidance given. When Heracles stood unsure, looking across the vast lands he still had to cross, it was Prometheus who showed him the way. He told him of the lands beyond, of the Ligurians, strong and without fear, and of the road that led to the farthest west, where golden apples grew beneath the watch of night. The path was long, the trials were many, but the words of Prometheus showed the way. Even bound, even scarred, his mind was sharp, his memory long, his voice steady, and on the maps drawn in ink and memory, there were places marked with his pain. The mountains above Colchis held his name. The rocks of the Caucasus knew his story. The wind that swept from the north carried with it the echo of chains and the cry of an eagle. Travelers would stop and look up, and they would remember, not just the punishment, but the gift, not just the torment, but the fire that came before it. And so the world turned, the bow was lowered, the ship sailed on. But in the light of every fire, in the warmth of every hearth, in the spark of every forge, the name of the one who gave it still glowed quietly, like an ember that never died. The mountains that rise along the edge of the Black Sea, once known to the Greeks as the Euxine, are the very same that they called the Caucasus. These great and jagged peaks stood at the ends of the earth as far as ancient eyes could see. They were the final boundary, the farthest east that the storytellers of old had known. And it was here, at the rim of the world, that they placed the scene of a tale both grim and everlasting, the binding of the Firebringer, the one who stole flame from the gods and gave it to humankind. It was upon these cold, unreachable cliffs that the chains were fastened, the bronze shackles, the adamantine bonds, the silence of exile. These were not imagined in soft valleys or near the homes of men, but carved into the forgotten heights of the Caucasus, where the winds never rested. The story lived in those stones, where the one in chains lay stretched against rock, far from mercy, far from sleep. Later tales would speak of many great deeds and many great journeys, stories of Dionysus reaching the lands of the Indians, and of Heracles marching into unknown worlds. But those stories came after, much later, when new myths rose. For Heracles, though born of a later age, was said to have arrived 1,000 years after the binding of Prometheus. Even then, the chain still held. Even then, the eagle still came. And even then, the cries still echoed from the cliffs. In sacred Olympia, where statues of gods stood surrounded by painted screens, the story was preserved in image. On one panel stood Atlas, bent beneath the sky, straining with the weight of both heaven and earth. And beside him, ready to take the burden, stood Heracles. In another place, within the same temple, another image unfolded. Prometheus remained in his torment, still held by his bonds, still fastened to the crag. But Heracles had reached him at last, raised up to that place by fate and by strength. The hero who bore the weight of many labors had come to break the final chain. It was said, told by poets and echoed in the winds, that Heracles loosed the arrow that struck the eagle down. The bird that came every day to tear at the liver of the chained one was laid low by the bow. It fell at the base of the mountain, and for the first time in ages, the air was not filled with the screams of its wings or the groans of its feast. The tormentor lay still, the mountain shook, and the chains were shattered. But not all voices rejoiced. The sea maidens, the daughters of the waves, still held anger in their hearts. They remembered the prophecy spoken long ago, when the one in chains warned the ruler of heaven not to lie with the sea goddess Thetis. The words had changed everything. Because of that prophecy, the ruler gave her in marriage not to himself, but to a mortal. And from that union came a hero of war, a child of great fame. Yet to the Nereids, the daughters of the sea, it was a loss, a bitterness that never faded. One of them, full of wrath, cursed the prophet, wishing he had suffered more, wishing the eagle had never been slain, that the pain had lasted longer. But the world moved forward, and the memory of the pain became part of its shape. On the shield of a warrior born generations later, the image was etched. In a deep glen at the edge of the world, the mountain still stood, and there was the figure of Heracles rending the chains of Prometheus. The rock cracked, the bond shattered, and the great Titan stood once more. At his feet, the eagle lay, pierced by arrow, silent in death. And again, on the quiver of Heracles himself, the image returned. There was Prometheus, the son of Iapetos, hung from the cliffs of the Caucasus, his body stretched tight by bonds of shining metal. The eagle descended, ripping at his flesh. The pain was endless. The liver, unconsumed, grew back each day, only to be torn again. And in the carving, even though it was only an image, he seemed to groan, as if the pain had passed from stone into life. Stories crossed lands and generations. In the works of poets and philosophers, in temples and scrolls, the tale remained the same. The one who had loved mankind, who gave them the gift of fire, who shaped them from earth and water, who taught them the use of light and craft, was punished by the sky. Bound in the most distant place, he endured suffering not for his crimes, but for his kindness. And it was Heracles, born long after, who brought an end to that torment. It was not a god who broke the chains, but a mortal made divine. Even among distant people, among those who lived in the shadows of strange mountains, there were echoes of this tale. Legends lived among the barbarians just as they lived among the Greeks. They too whispered of the one who had been bound for love, who had suffered for truth, and they too spoke of a hero, not always the same name, not always the same form, but one who came and ended the pain. So the mountain remained, its peaks frozen, its cliffs bare, but in the wind that passed across its face, the story still lived. The sky once filled with the cry of the eagle now held silence. The chains once bound to stone now lay broken, and the fire once stolen still burned in the homes of humankind. No longer in torment, no longer in exile, the one who gave the gift of flame stood free. And though time passed and stories shifted and names changed, the shape of the tale did not, for in every telling the mountain stood, the chains broke, and fire, once lost, was given again. He could not bear it any longer. The sight of the great figure stretched across the crag, the chains tight around his limbs, the eagle diving down from the sky to tear at his flesh, was more than he could endure. And so the bow was lifted, the string was pulled back, and the arrow was let loose. It flew straight and sure through the cold air and struck the bird that had fed upon Prometheus for so long. The creature that had returned day after day to feast upon divine flesh fell from the sky. In that moment, the endless torment paused. The one who had suffered in silence for ages was at last given relief. Some say he was not bound in the open, but in a cave, hidden within the foot of the mountain. This cave was said to be real, a place that could still be seen, and travelers who reached it were shown the chains that still hung from the rock. No one could tell what they were made of. The metal did not match any found in the world below, and its nature defied understanding. Others claimed the punishment had taken place not in a hollow, but at the peak of the mountain, high above the clouds. The mountain had two summits, and they were far apart, no less than a stade, the length of 600 feet. And yet they said his hands were tied to both at once, stretched so far that only a being of his size could endure it. Such was his vastness, and such was the reach of his pain. Among those who lived in the shadow of the Caucasus, the eagle was no mere animal. It was an enemy, a bringer of grief. And so the people there passed down the story, and their hatred for the bird remained. Even in later days, they climbed into the rocks to burn the eagle's nests, throwing fire into the cracks where the great bird slept. They laid traps for them with iron hooks and waited in silence. They said they were not simply hunting. They were carrying out justice. They were avenging the one who had suffered, and whose cries had once echoed through the peaks. So strong was their belief, so deep the story had woven itself into their lives, that the punishment of Prometheus became part of their world. Long before these stories were set into words, when men were new upon the earth, they had no fire of their own. They looked to the sky, to the gods, and hoped. But fire was not theirs to have. They did not know how to find it or how to keep it, and without it they shivered in darkness. Then came the one who gave it to them. He stole it, hiding it in a stalk of fennel, and brought it down from the heavens. He showed them how to cover it in ash, how to guard it, how to keep it alive through the night. And for that gift, so small and yet so powerful, he was punished. By command of the ruler of the gods, he was bound with iron spikes to the cliffs of the mountain, not just with rope or chain, but with nails that pierced through bone, fastening him to the rock. And the eagle was sent. It came with beak and claw, not to kill, but to consume slowly, piece by piece. It did not eat flesh or blood, but the heart or the liver, depending on the tail. Whichever it was, it regrew each night, only to be eaten again by day. This continued not for years, not for centuries, but for 30,000 years. Time passed in silence and pain, while the fire he had given continued to burn in the hearths of men. When the time came for his release, it was not by mercy alone. The one who had bound him still feared a certain prophecy. There was a sea goddess whom the ruler wished to possess, but the one in chains knew the truth. Her son would be greater than his father. If the ruler lay with her, he would one day be overthrown. That fate had once happened before, when he himself had overthrown his own father. Now he faced the same danger. Only Prometheus knew the secret, and he held it in silence. And so a bargain was made. The ruler promised to set him free if he would speak the truth. When the promise was given, the warning was shared. Do not lie with her. Give her to another. Let the child be born far from the throne. And the ruler obeyed. The goddess was given in marriage to a mortal man, and from that union came a son who would indeed become great, but not a threat to the sky. To seal the promise, Heracles was sent. With bow in hand, he killed the eagle that had fed on the chained one for 30,000 years. With the bird slain, the chains were undone. The mountain that had held him was left behind. After so long, the sky opened above him not with thunder, but with silence. Some said that the very arrow that brought the eagle down became a star, placed high in the heavens as a sign. The constellation Sagitta, the arrow, was remembered as the weapon that ended the torment. It did not bring war, but freedom. In the end, the tale was etched not just in memory, but in the stars, in the stone, in the hearts of those who carried it. The mountain remained, and the people who lived near it still remembered. They lit fires not just for warmth, but for what the fire meant. They looked to the peaks and spoke of the one who had endured. And in the shadows of their stories, they saw the glint of ancient chains, the shape of wings in the sky, and the flame that had once been stolen, but now burned forever. The eagle was sent to him with one purpose, to eat his liver. Every day it returned, its wings cutting the cold air as it swooped down upon him. With hooked beak and unpitying hunger, it tore at his side, tearing out the same piece of flesh again and again. Each night, as darkness settled over the peaks, that wound would heal. The liver grew back, only to be devoured again the next day, This pain did not end. It was meant to last forever, and so it did, until the order of the world changed. There were many thoughts about where this eagle came from. Some said it was born from the union of Typhon and Echidna, the two monstrous beings who had given rise to many beasts. Others believed the bird came from the very earth itself, born of Gaia and the deep pit of Tartarus, shaped by darkness and the will of the underworld. But many held a different view. They said that the eagle was not born at all, but forged, crafted with fire and hammer by the hand of the god who worked in flame and iron, and brought to life by the command of the sky's ruler. If so, then it was not just a bird, but a creation of Roth itself, made to punish, to torment, and never to tire. The end of this torment, however, came not from mercy, but from necessity. At a certain time, the ruler of the heavens cast his gaze upon a sea goddess. She was fair, and he desired to take her in marriage. But she, being gentle and shy, refused his approach. Even so, he made plans to claim her. He would not give up easily. Yet the order of fate had already been spoken. The Moirai, the fates who saw all things, had shared a prophecy. They said that the child born of this goddess would grow greater than his father. This truth echoed like a warning. The one who heard this prophecy was none other than the one who hung from the mountain. Though he did not listen by choice, he heard nonetheless, as he had no other place to be. And when he heard what the fates had said, he passed it on to the ruler of the sky. He reminded him of how power had changed hands before, how one son had overthrown his father, and how the throne of heaven had once been taken by force. This child, if born of the goddess, could be the same threat. Hearing this, the god who ruled all made a decision. He gave up his pursuit. He turned away from his desire, not out of kindness, but out of fear of losing all that he had. And in return for this warning, he gave thanks to the chained one. He freed him, but not completely. He had once sworn that the punishment would last, and so it could not end in full. Instead, he gave him a symbol. He told him to bind one finger with iron and stone, so that the memory of the chains would remain. This was done, and later men began to do the same, wearing rings made of those two materials as a sign that they too remembered, that they too honored the one who had suffered. In time, another came to the mountain. He was on a journey far away, sent to bring back the golden apples from a distant garden guarded by a dragon. But he did not know the way. And so, while traveling through unknown lands, he came upon the chained figure. He received guidance, was told the path to follow, and went forth to complete his task. When he returned victorious, having slain the dragon and taken the prize, he came back to offer thanks. The one who had helped him still hung in place, still bound, still suffering. Then with his bow, he looked to the sky. He saw the bird circling above, descending again to feast. He waited, and when the time was right, he drew his arrow and shot. The arrow flew straight and struck the eagle down. At last, the devourer of the liver was no more. The bird that had fed on divine flesh for endless years now lay lifeless. In that act, he gave honor to the one who had helped him and put an end to a torment that had lasted for ages. From that day on, when sacrifices were made to the gods, men began to place livers on the altar. This was their offering, not just to the gods above, but in remembrance. They laid the liver down in fire as if to say, "Let this be taken instead. Let this be the price, and let there be no more suffering like his." Some also said that the figure known as the Nila, one of the stars in the sky, was none other than the chained one himself. Bent at the knee, bowed in pain, or perhaps in endurance, that starry shape was placed there to remember. Elsewhere, poets cried for his release. They asked that his arms be freed from the crag of the mountain, that the vulture, or the eagle, or whatever it was, be driven from his chest. Even those far from the mountains knew the pain of the chained one. They wrote of it, dreamed of it, carried it in their thoughts. And when sorrow came upon the one who had fired the arrow, when he too wept for the lives he had taken, he looked to the mountains and wished to be bound in that place. He spoke of the bare cliffs, the sharp winds, the steep sides where beasts fed on the helpless. He asked why those crags stood empty now, and why the bird had no victim left. Long after the eagle had fallen, and the chains were undone, travelers still looked to the mountains. The place remained, and the story did not vanish. It stayed in the rings men wore, in the fire they kept, in the stars they followed, and in the offerings they made. They remembered not only the one who had suffered, but the reason for his suffering, and the strange turn of fate that brought his release. He had stolen fire, he had warned of danger, he had endured pain, and in return he was remembered, not as a god, not as a hero, but as one who gave and one who bore the cost. And though time moved on, and empires rose and fell, the shape of his story remained, chained to the world as he once was to the mountain, even as the weight of years pressed endlessly upon the chained figure, high upon the frozen slopes of the Caucasus. A moment of reckoning approached. Far above the rugged peaks, beneath skies cold and unmoving, two goddesses stood with mournful eyes. One was the mother, and the other the maiden of the hunt. Side by side, they stood before the throne of the sky's great ruler, their faces marked with sorrow, their gazes full of pleading. And beside them stood the god of light and music, his voice calm but firm, his words both respectful and heavy with meaning. He spoke not for himself, but for the one who had suffered, for the figure whose pain had become part of the mountain's song. He asked the ruler, the one who held the thunderbolt, how long this punishment must go on. How long must the old one remain in chains, frozen in torment upon the distant cliffs? How long must the skies echo with his agony, and the earth bear witness to his pain? Was there no end to this misery? Had the fire theft not been punished enough? The god of music spoke not only for the immortal, but for mortals too. He said that all of mankind, who had once been given fire, now begged for the suffering to cease. Even the mountains, the forests, the very ridges of the earth, tired of bearing the echoes of his cries, now pleaded for mercy. Had not enough time passed to safeguard the secrets of the gods? While these words rose upward, far below on the sharp cliffs, the chained figure groaned. His voice, hoarse from centuries of pain, joined the pleas rising to the heavens. Frost had scarred his eyes, wind had torn at his limbs, yet still he lifted his face to the sky. Still he cried out. His voice rose with the rivers that flowed beneath him and rebounded off the stone. Even the terrible bird that feasted upon his flesh, which had never before been disturbed in its grim task, now paused and tilted its head at the strange rising noise. Below the earth, in the deep realm of shadows, another voice stirred, the voice of one who shared his blood, who had watched helplessly as time dragged on. He too cried out, and his call reached even the edge of the heavens, but he was not allowed to come near. The guardian of law stood before him, stern and unmoved. Her duty was clear, and she did not bend. Yet the one on the throne above had heard enough. Moved by the tears of the goddesses and the high standing of the god who pleaded, he called upon the rainbow messenger. Swift and light, she descended through the sky on her glowing path. Her orders were clear. She was to find the one called Alcides. the strong one who had many labors yet to fulfill. He had been making his way toward a distant war, his path set for Troy. But that path would wait. The rainbow goddess found the hero without delay and poured the message into his ears. He listened, he understood, and he moved, not for himself, but for one who had helped the world and paid the price. Far away, the ship of the voyagers moved toward the land of Colchis. The men upon it were unaware of what they approached, of what they would soon see. As their vessel sliced through the waters of the northern sea, the cruel peak of the Caucasus came into view. That place, cold and terrible, had become a resting place not of peace, but of punishment. And on that very day, by the will of the skies, the hero himself had arrived there too. He came not with words, but with strength. He came to change what had been set in place for an age. With both hands, he grasped the chains that held the old one fast. They were rough, buried in stone, frozen over by countless winters. But he pulled, and as he pulled, ice cracked and rock split. His body leaned against the mountain, his foot steady, his arms like levers of iron. The sound of the chains breaking echoed across the mountains like thunder. The mountain itself groaned. Trees swayed and fell from the summit. Rivers that had flowed peacefully now turned in their beds. The sound was so great, so deep, that it seemed the heavens themselves were shaken. Across the sea, the voyagers looked back, unsure of what they heard. The waters beneath them stirred as if the ocean itself was uneasy. The great cliff split, and snow poured from the broken ledges down to the sea. Still the hero worked. The iron groaned, the rock gave way, and from beneath the weight of centuries, the bound one was freed. Not easily, not quickly, but with strength and struggle. The very sound of his release was like a storm, metal clashing, stone breaking, and the cry of one who had been in pain too long. The bird that had once ruled the sky above the mountain now fell. Its wings, once mighty, no longer beat. Its shadow passed over the sea, casting darkness on the deck of the ship far below. And as it fell, droplets of red mist rained down from the sky. The voyagers looked upward in wonder. They saw the snow stained, the crags broken, and they heard the distant cries. But they did not know what it meant. They did not stop. They continued on their journey, unaware of the ancient torment that had just ended. Behind them, on the now silent mountain, the wind carried only the fading echoes of suffering and the first quiet breath of peace. The one who had been bound, the one who had suffered endlessly, no longer hung from the rocks. The chains were shattered. The bird was gone. And in that place where once only pain had lived, silence returned. Thus the mountains of the north, the peaks that had watched over punishment for ages, now stood free of their burden. The sea below calmed, the sky above cleared, and the world, for a moment, felt lighter. All because one had spoken, another had listened, and a third had acted. And so the story changed, not with thunder or with fire, but with strength, with mercy, and with the end of a long, long pain. When the vulture finished its grim feast, it rose into the air with heavy wings, leaving behind only silence and pain. Its curved beak still dripped with gore, thick drops of blood falling from above and striking the cold, sharp cliffs below. These were not ordinary drops, but the lifeblood of one who had long endured suffering, the blood of the chained figure whose liver regrew each night, only to be torn again by day. The very rock seemed to absorb his pain, stained red by the dripping remnants of his torment. It was said by some that the eagle was not born of nature but crafted with intent. Some claimed it was the child of monsters, born from Typhon and Echidna, beings of chaos and darkness. Others whispered that it was born from the earth itself, from the depths where Tartarus lies, joined with Gaia. But many believe something else entirely, that it was not born, but built, forged by the hands of the smith of the gods, shaped in fire and metal, given life by the ruler of the skies. This bird, unlike any other, had one purpose: to punish endlessly and without mercy. The reason for this cruel fate was known. The fire that had once been hidden from humankind had been stolen, carried down from the heavens in a stalk of fennel. With that gift came light, warmth, and power, but also came punishment. For the one who delivered the gift had defied the highest law, and for this he was chained, not simply bound, but pierced, iron spikes driven deep into stone, high in the mountains where no man lived. Every day the bird came. Every night the wound renewed. The pain never ended. The sky watched. The earth remembered. And yet, even this torment had purpose beyond pain. The same one who had stolen fire had once watched the skies and heard a secret. The ruler of heaven had set his sights upon a goddess of the sea, drawn by her beauty. But the one in chains had learned from the fates that any son born of that union would grow stronger than the father. And so he shared this knowledge. He did not do it for favor or gain, but because he had heard it and could not keep it. The ruler listened, and fear touched even his throne. He remembered what he had done to his own father, how he had seized power and cast him down. He would not make the same mistake. The goddess was wed to another, and in return for this warning, the one in chains was promised release. Yet promises made by the gods are not simple things. The law had been spoken, and though mercy was shown, it was not complete. The chains were broken, but one bond remained. To mark what had been and what had passed, the freed one was asked to wear a symbol, a ring made of the same iron and stone that had once held him. A memory of pain, a symbol of wisdom, a bond that was not forgotten. From this came the practice of wearing such rings, a quiet act to honor the one who had suffered and shared fire with humankind. But the act of release came not only through word and promise, it came through strength. While journeying far to complete another task, the one known for his labors came to the mountain. He sought not the chained one at first, but the path to the garden of the golden apples. Yet when he arrived and saw the suffering, he paused. He learned the way from the one in chains, and in gratitude he returned. With bow in hand and purpose in heart, he lifted his weapon and struck. The arrow flew, the bird fell, the skies cleared, and at last the chains were broken. The figure who had once hung between heaven and earth stood free again. The bird lay still, and the world changed. From that moment on, when offerings were made upon the altars of the gods, it was the liver that was given first. A silent gesture, a sacred offering, a reminder of what had been taken and what had been restored. Others say he remained upon the mountain, not as a prisoner, but as a figure of remembrance. Some looked up at the peaks and said he still watched, still endured, though no longer in chains. The place where he had hung became known. The cold winds of the Caucasus still whispered his story, and the people who lived nearby remembered. They feared the bird, hated it. They would burn its nests, throw fire into the rocks, and trap it when they could, not just for safety, but to honor the old tale, to carry the story forward. The suffering was not forgotten. The name Chained Man was spoken in stories, a symbol of punishment, of knowledge, of sacrifice. He had taken from the gods and given to mankind. He had known what the gods would not say. He had spoken truth when it mattered most. He had also seen the future, when a wandering maiden, cursed and driven, came upon him in his misery. He told her what would come. He told her of her path, of the land she would cross, and the final place where peace would be found. He told her that from her line far down the years a hero would rise. That hero would come to him, and through that descendant, his freedom would finally come. Even in chains, he saw what lay ahead. Even in pain, he gave hope, and from his pain came something more. As the blood from his wounds dropped onto the mountain, something grew. A plant, strange and powerful, rose from the stone. Its flowers glowed like saffron, and within its leaves was a salve unlike any other. If a man took it and made the right offering in the dark of night, he would be safe from fire and steel, and his strength would grow. This plant, born of torment, carried his name, and it was known as a gift, a blessing born from blood. The story did not vanish. Through centuries, it passed from voice to voice, from temple to hearth. The name of the one who gave fire, who suffered long, who saw the future, who bled upon the mountains, remained. His tale was carved into stone, painted on walls and sung in the halls of heroes. He was not a god of war, nor a lord of thunder, nor ruler of the sea. He was something else, a bearer of light, a speaker of truth, a figure of pain and endurance, and a symbol of what it meant to give, to know, and to suffer for it. And so the cliffs remained stained. The winds still carried the sound. The story, like the fire he once gave, did not die. It spread. The root, when it was uncovered from the frozen mountain ground, looked like fresh flesh that had just been sliced open. Its texture was raw and thick, and the juice that bled from its body ran dark like the deep, sticky sap of an ancient oak growing in the shadowy silence of the highlands. This root was not like others. It held within it the memory of pain, the weight of torment, and the echo of cries that had long ago been loosed upon the wind. It had sprouted not from rain and soil, but from the sacred and suffering blood that fell from the chained figure whose liver was feasted upon daily by the great bird of punishment. To prepare the ointment that would harness its strength, a woman cloaked in black came forward under the cover of night. She moved like a shadow over the earth, choosing a time when the stars were hidden and the silence of the world was deep and still. She went alone to the place where the Titan root lay hidden, and before touching it, she bathed in the sacred waters of 7 rivers that flowed eternally, never drying, never stopping, washing away what could not be seen. Each stream was a step into another realm, and each one she passed through made her more like the night, more like the power she was about to call. Then she called out not once, but 7 times, to the one who ruled beneath the ground, to the goddess who walked only in darkness, who roamed with ghosts and watched over death. Brimo was her name, nurse of the young, guardian of the restless, queen of the places where sunlight never fell. At her name, whispered with ancient force, the ground trembled. The earth beneath the root groaned and cracked, as if it remembered the pain that had made the root grow. Even the one who had bled long ago, high on the mountain cliffs, groaned again, not in voice, but in soul. This was the moment when the Titan remembered. Though he had been freed, the place where his chains had once been still held the shape of his suffering. And when the blade touched the root, when it was pulled from the ground, he felt the pain, as if it were happening again. His agony passed through the rocks, through the snow, through the stillness of the mountain. The echoes returned, the chains trembled, and the silence split apart. That which had grown from his blood cried out in his name as it was taken. Elsewhere, others whispered of the same root. Some asked if it had been picked not for healing, but for harm, perhaps even to divide hearts that had once been joined. They wondered if this was the same magic that separated lovers, the same power that tore apart what could never be mended. For anything born from such pain could only carry with it a heavy sorrow, one that wrapped around whatever it touched. And again, in the writings of another time, it was told how the woman with knowledge of shadows summoned serpents and herbs to gather the ingredients of her craft. She called upon the plants that grew in lonely places, on cliffs that were kissed only by snow and by wind. There, on the mountain, where the Titan's blood had once stained the stones, she found the herbs that no other dared touch. The ground was frozen, untouched by seasons, marked only by the red that had once flowed from the god who had suffered alone. She called again to the one below, to the ancient goddess of spells and silence. She asked for greater strength, for deeper magic, for something beyond even what she already knew. And from the root that had been fed by divine blood, a new power was drawn. This was not a plant of ordinary earth. It had been born in the cold, in the lightning, in the rain that never melted the snow. Its leaves never withered, its flowers never faded. It stood strong even when the storm crashed upon it, even when fire struck from the heavens. Its soul was made from suffering, and its heart could not die. It was said that the goddess of the underworld herself had once cut it from the stone. With a blade cooled in the black waters of the Styx, she tore it free and showed it to the one who would one day wield it. That one, under the moonlight's 10th rising, walked across the mountain, wild and burning with need. She walked among the broken stones, among the remains of old pain, among the drops of blood that still cried out. And as she harvested the root, the one who had suffered long ago watched her. His eyes, though weary, saw her hand, and in that moment his body clenched again and the pain returned. His chains rattled not with steel but with memory, and in the skies far above others looked down. They saw not a hero or a thief, but a figure bound. Some called him the kneeler, for he was always seen near the ground, locked in position, never rising, never resting. They saw him among the stars and named him as the one who had been chained on the mountain. His story was written not only in the rocks, but in the heavens. In the realm of laughter and masks, even his tale found place. A stage was set where a masked figure stepped forward, speaking of the sky's ruler and hiding from his gaze. His name was spoken in jest, but beneath the humor lay a story that had never left the hearts of men. And so the tale continued. A root that bled, a mountain that remembered, a chain that had once held the giver of fire, a flower that would not die, and a pain that echoed still. When the masked figure arrived, cautious and anxious, he glanced around nervously, asking questions not meant to make sense but to distract from who he was. He asked what time it was, though it was already clear the day had long past noon. He questioned whether the sun was still falling, and whether the clouds above were being gathered or scattered. These were not the words of a man looking for answers, but one trying to avoid being recognized. Slowly, he approached, hiding his face, not yet willing to reveal his identity. But at last, he lifted the mask, and there he stood, Prometheus, the one who had once defied the sky's ruler, now whispering urgently, eyes darting toward the heavens. He warned the other to speak softly, urging him not to say his name aloud, not to draw attention. If the one who ruled from above saw him there, wandering where he should not be, ruin would surely follow. He handed over an umbrella not as a gift, but as a shield, not from rain or sunlight, but from the divine gaze that might pierce the clouds at any moment. The umbrella became his hiding place, a crude tool to conceal a divine rebel from the eyes of heaven. Once hidden, Prometheus began to speak freely. He shared a secret, one that had been hidden in the winds and carried in the silence between the clouds. He said that Zeus was no longer in control, that everything had changed since a city had been founded in the air, since the birds, once overlooked and forgotten, had risen up and created a new world between earth and sky. In this new city, no man sacrificed any more to the gods above. The smoke from burnt offerings no longer rose. The incense, the prayers, the gifts, they no longer traveled to Olympus. The gods had begun to starve. They fasted, not from choice, but because nothing came. It was as if every day had become the feast of Demeter, when eating was forbidden. And far beyond Olympus, even the barbarian gods began to grow restless. They cried out loud and wild as though their hunger had turned to fury. They too threatened Zeus. They demanded that he open a market, a place where the meats of sacrifices could once again be sold, shared, and consumed. These were not peaceful gods. They shouted like warriors from foreign lands, shaking the heavens with their demands. Prometheus revealed more. There were other gods, not just the ones known in Olympus. These were the Tribali, strange and foreign, living beyond the known heights. Their name, Prometheus joked, was likely the origin of tribulation, for they brought nothing but noise and trouble. And now, even these gods, starving, furious, and impatient, were sending messengers to make peace with the new rulers of the air. He gave a warning. He said not to make peace with them too quickly, not to accept any offers unless a great reward was given, unless Zeus returned the scepter of power back to the birds. And more than that, he urged that they should demand Basilia in marriage. This Basilia was no ordinary figure. She was the one who made the lightning, the one through whom all good things came: wisdom, laws, honor, pay, order, and even lies. She held the secrets of government, of war, of wealth and control. She was the true heart of Olympus, the keeper of every force that flowed through the world. Without her, Zeus would be nothing but a name. With her, anyone could become ruler of gods and men. Prometheus said that if this woman were given in marriage, then the one who received her would become all-powerful. Everything would bend to their will, and that was why he had come, to warn, to guide, to protect, not because he owed anything, but because he had always cared for mortals. He reminded the other of what he had given, the fire that warmed their homes, that cooked their food, that made their lives bright. Because of him, they could roast their meat and live in warmth. He did not speak of the gods with kindness. He had always hated them, he said. His contempt had never changed. In his heart, he had become like Timon, bitter and withdrawn, refusing their company and despising their rule. But even in hiding, he could not stop caring for mankind. He said he had to leave. He couldn't stay. If Zeus looked down from above and saw him there, wandering openly, the punishment would be swift. He took back the umbrella, not as a farewell token, but as a shield, just as before. He could not be seen from the heavens. He could not be called again, not after all he had already endured. And with that, the one who had once been chained to the mountain, who had suffered the endless torment of the eagle's beak and the liver that would not die, turned back into the shadows, still hiding, still watching, still helping from afar, not with power but with words, not with strength but with cunning. And even though he had once been punished for stealing fire, he had not stopped burning for those who lived below. When the masked figure had finished speaking and delivered his urgent message, he departed just as cautiously as he had arrived, carrying the umbrella given to shield him from divine eyes. and accepting a simple stool offered by his listener, he left in silence, fading back into the shadows. This was the end of his brief appearance, a moment in time marked by secrecy and warning. But while his figure vanished, his legacy remained behind, deeply rooted in the lives, beliefs, and customs of the people. Prometheus was not just a name whispered in myth. He was remembered, celebrated, and honored by those who recognized what he had done. He had once taken the fire that was hidden from humankind. When the others were not watching, when the halls of the heavens had been emptied for a moment, he had approached the sacred flame of the sky god. He had reached forward, taken just a small piece, and carefully tucked it away in a fennel stalk. Then, with quiet joy and brave defiance, he carried that spark down to the world below, returning what had been lost and lighting the future of humanity. This act of bravery, of defiance and compassion, became more than a story. It turned into a tradition. Among the many games and festivals of the land, one contest stood apart. Runners would carry torches, their flames flickering in the wind, racing toward the city. But the race was not just about speed. The flame had to survive the journey. If the first runner's fire went out, he lost all hope of winning. The next would take his place, and so on. Victory did not belong to the swiftest, but to the one who kept the light alive. This was no ordinary race. It was a reflection of Prometheus himself, a living symbol of his journey with the fire. But the story did not end with the fire alone. After the theft, the punishment came, as harsh as it was eternal. He was bound in iron chains, locked to the side of a lonely mountain in the cold lands of Scythia, a place called Caucasus. There he remained, suffering without end. And even when the skies softened and his chains were broken, they were not removed completely. A vow had been made, and vows could not be broken. So, as a reminder, a piece of iron and a piece of stone were bound to his finger. That token, small yet heavy with meaning, became a tradition among men. They began to wear rings made of stone and iron, not as decoration, but as a silent offering. It was their way of remembering him, of sharing in the burden he carried. And there were other ways they honored him. It was said that he once wore a wreath, not to celebrate a feast, but to show that he had suffered and endured without punishment. From this gesture, people took inspiration. Wreaths began to appear at festivals, at banquets, and in moments of great joy. They were placed on heads in times of victory, not just as rewards, but as quiet tributes to the one who had defied the heavens and survived. Even in sacrifice, his memory lingered. Once, long ago, an eagle had torn at his flesh, feeding each day on his ever-regenerating liver. But when that torment was ended, when the great hero struck down the bird, humans did not forget what had been done. When they made offerings to the gods, they placed livers on the altars, not just as food for the divine, but as a symbol. The liver of the victim became a stand-in for the liver that had been taken from Prometheus. It was an act of remembrance woven into the rituals of worship. In the cities and lands across Greece, his presence could still be felt. In Athens, in a place known as the Academy, there stood an altar dedicated to him. From there, the runners began their race, torches in hand, trying to carry the light across the distance without letting it die. Each year, the people watched, waiting to see which flame would endure, just as he had endured. In Argos, they went even further. There, they claimed to have his tomb. Though others disagreed, especially the people of Opus, those in Argos believed firmly that he had been laid to rest in their soil. They treated him not only as a god or a rebel, but as a fallen hero. A man who had lived, suffered, and died. A man who had changed the world. Even in Phocis, along the roadside near Panopeus, there was a small building, modest and quiet. It stood as another sign of how far his story had reached. Travelers passed by, seeing it in silence, perhaps not knowing the full tale, but still feeling the weight of its presence. And so, across the lands, in races, in rings, in wreaths, in sacrifices, in altars, and in tombs, Prometheus was remembered. He had brought light, he had taken pain, he had been bound and wounded, and yet endured. And though he had vanished into the shadows, shielding himself from the eyes above, his fire never went out. It continued to burn in the hearts of those who remembered, in the flames that flickered in the night, in the quiet footsteps of runners bearing torches, and in the rituals passed down through generations. The story had never really ended. It lived on, and with each fire kindled, with each flame passed from hand to hand, his memory stayed alive, just as it had begun, with a single spark hidden in a fennel stalk, carried by one who chose to give rather than obey. The building stood in quiet solitude, shaped from unburnt brick, and inside it rested an image carved from pale marble, smooth and luminous. Some said this figure represented the healer, the god of medicine, whose touch brought peace to the sick, but others with equal certainty declared it was the image of Prometheus, the one who had given fire to mankind. Those who believed it to be Prometheus did not speak without reason. They pointed to the ravine nearby, where strange stones could be found, 2 great blocks, each massive enough to fill a cart. These stones did not resemble ordinary rock, nor did they carry the dull color of common earth. Instead, they held a hue like that of deep washed clay, the kind found not in fields, but along a rushing stream, where the earth has been shaped by water and time. And when touched, they gave off a faint, uncanny scent, one that reminded those who stood near of human skin. Because of this, they were not seen as ordinary stones. The people said these were the very remnants of the clay once used by Prometheus himself, when he shaped the first man from the ground, forming flesh from dust and breath from fire. This belief tied the quiet ravine to a story older than memory. It was not just a tale of rebellion or punishment, but of beginnings. Prometheus, in that distant age, had taken earth and shaped it into the form of man, not from dry dirt or lifeless sand, but from the living clay that pulsed with hidden power. And in those stones, strange, smooth, and bearing the scent of something once alive. People saw what remained of that first act of creation. They said the whole race of mankind had come from that moment, shaped by his hand, born not of gods but of the ground, and given life by fire. Far from this ravine, in another city, there was more dispute. In Argos, the people claimed to possess his tomb. They said Prometheus had been laid to rest in their land, and they honored the place with reverence. But not all agreed. The people of Opus, in the region of Locris, also made the same claim. They too had a site they believed was his final resting place. To them, their land held the truth. They believed that after his suffering, after the long years bound in chains and the torment of the eagle, Prometheus had found peace in their soil. The dispute between the cities was quiet but firm. Each held to its tradition. Each cherished its own version of the story. And those who traveled between them might find themselves walking the same footsteps, hearing the same tale, but in different voices. In Argos, the tomb was shown with pride, a part of their identity, a claim to something divine. In Opus, the same reverence could be seen, the same belief that their land had cradled the body of the one who had shaped mankind and defied the gods. So the memory of Prometheus did not exist in only one place. It lived in the image made of marble, smooth and calm within a structure of unburnt brick. It lived in the clay-scented stones beside the ravine, where the wind moved softly and the ground still seemed to carry the echoes of creation. It lived in the dispute between Argos and Opus, where cities quietly vied for the right to say he had rested among them. And it lived in the minds of those who touched those stones, who lit fires in his name, who wore iron rings and remembered the torch races that honored his defiant act. In each place, his story was not just told, it was felt. In every stone that smelled of life, in every grave claimed in his name, in every whispered debate over who had the truth, Prometheus remained. Not simply as the giver of fire, not merely the chained figure on the mountain, but as the shaper of humanity, the one whose hands had formed the first breath, the one whose suffering echoed through generations. And in these places, where the earth seemed to remember, he was never forgotten.